And we are recorded.
Okay, so this is section number 4 of the city council annual goal setting. Starting, do we need to do a formal start on that? I can never remember if we did follow the meeting order or not. I think we can say that everybody's present. It would appear so. It would appear so. Yeah, I never remember being recorded for posterity. Okay, so. Oh, no, is it frozen?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what, the buttons aren't working.
Let's try this.
Oh, yeah, well, sure. I tried pressing this, but I don't think that's.
Uh-oh. Let me get back there and see
All right,
if I
I'll-
can. fix-
So a few technical difficulties. I was missing. There we go. Let's see if this works. Yep, okay,
All righty.
sorry for the delay.
Okay, so we're going on with opening remarks then. All righty. So when Eric and I were going through the prep interview for today's goal setting, we were talking about the fact that this is going to be our 4th session, and it got me thinking about what the conditions looked like for that first meeting compared to where we are today. So we started with a new mayor, basically virtually a new city council, a new city manager who in fact wasn't even the city manager at the time. And I gotta give you credit for coming back. Figured after that meeting, you might just turn around and turn tail and run, which I wouldn't have blamed you for. On the other hand, we did have a real experienced and dedicated city staff, and their knowledge and guidance helped us a lot keep the city stabilized and set us on a steady course. With the commitment and dedication of that staff, everyone in this room today, and everyone in this room today, our city has made some remarkable progress. The 2 biggest projects were the reservoir dredging, along with all of the water system and wastewater treatment plant improvements that we've made, and the new civic building. Those are the most visible projects. But I think some of the other quieter projects and efforts that we put in are equally important. And these are smaller ones that haven't gotten huge amounts of attention, but I think that they need to be mentioned, which is one, the work Councilor Erickson has done organizing the rail corridor clearing, because what that's also done is help build a connection with the county commission and staff that we've really never had before in the city. And thanks to Council President Skipper's suggestion and the full council's willingness to take a chance, there's the outreach through CFM Advocacy Group to our congressional delegation, building relationships that's made it possible for us to have realistic chances of receiving federal support to critical infrastructure projects. And City Manager Beaucaire is working real hard to create a healthy cooperative relationship between Carlton and ODOT. She said she wanted the easy projects. So we have a council and staff who are willing as partners to seriously and carefully consider all options. And so far, our judgment is held up. The fact is, Carlton Works And the people and the agencies who are in positions to support us know that it works. And it starts with the folks in this room who are committed to doing what's best for the whole city. The city council sets the example of the tone and the attitude for the city. And when we believe in our projects and our staff and ourselves, then our neighbors believe it too. And that's kind of what today is all about, checking in on our belief in ourselves, celebrating our wins, and planning our future.
Thank you all for giving up a number of hours on your Saturday. Appreciate you coming. This is an important aspect of budget setting for the year because we have goals that form the budget. And then we also know what our work plan is. That's where we set how it works. And so this year, when I spoke to Eric, sort of the theme that I wanted to run through today's session was fun and celebration of what we've accomplished in the last 3 years. And we have done quite a bit, and the team has put together some material to showcase what we have accomplished, and it certainly by no means captures everything, but it captures the highlights, and the highlights are pretty amazing. And we've also got some video, visual aids, a PowerPoint that Amy put together. And then we got some fun celebration at the end and at lunchtime. But really, I think today we should be patting ourselves on the back of how much. And not that the work isn't done, we still have some more mountains to move. But I think we should take a moment and some time to reflect on what we have. Carlson does work, and I love that too. I think that should be the 2024 theme. Carlson works. I love it. So we'll go over a bunch of items today. We'll talk a little bit about the Newport case, because I know that was of interest. I don't have a lot of information on it, but we'll talk about next steps there. And so again, thank you for being here today, and let's have some fun and celebrate.
All right. Thanks, Shannon. It's good to be back here 4 times. Yes. You know,
Have we put you on the insurance yet?
yeah, I'm working toward that, yeah. So, yeah, thank you all for doing the interviews as we do every year, just to kind of check in and see where things are at. And for me, just like the Mayor, you were saying, just in terms of the changes that have happened over the last 4 years, the changes that I've been hearing about in these interviews has been great. It's been positive, very, very positive direction that the council and the city's going. And so it's just becoming more and more a delight to come back here and to work with a great council. So, you know, thank you very much for taking the time to do that. Really appreciate it. Today, the main objective for today is really just to do a check-in on your goals. Is there any tweaks, additions that you want to make? That's the ultimate outcome that we're looking at. But we've got a number of things that are kind of leading up to that. We're going to check in beginning with Shannon and talk about the progress that's been made so far this last year, which from all accounts is pretty significant. So as both of you have indicated. So, but we're also going to download some information for you that is relevant to the goal setting. And so we'll do a lot of that up front. And then at the end, we'll get into talking about some of the goal setting. So as we do every year, just checking in with the roles everybody's playing here. I'm facilitating the meeting, obviously. Shannon is here as a resource, and you council are here as policymakers and policy. So this is your meeting. So and the rules of the road. You're familiar with this by now, and you might be able to do it in your sleep, because I don't think we've changed the rules of the road. But what we ask of you is to be engaged, that you participate in the meeting, that you be open and positive as we're talking about different topics, and respecting each other, being forward thinking, and being solution oriented. Now, one thing I will, spoiler alert, tell you about, because I was going to talk about the results of the interviews. One of the things that was in the interviews was how well this council gets along. How well you folks are able to have a productive and constructive dialogue. And you may disagree, but it's civil. And it is leading to results. And this is true of all of you who told me that. So I will tell you, as I've told you before, I work with councils all over the state of Oregon. And that is not necessarily true in all councils. And so you're very, very fortunate in that you've got that dynamic going for you. So, all right. And the other thing to my point is, I almost feel like I don't need to put this up here because you practice this on a regular basis, what I understand. So, all right. But let's start off and just kind of do a warm-up discussion here. And I'm going to ask each of you to answer 3 questions. So the first question is, now that you've been on the council for a year or more, because the least senior of you have been on a year, and then longer than that. What has been the most rewarding about your public service for you? The second question is, what do you think has been the city's greatest accomplishment in the last year? And then if you were explaining the benefits of the Civic Center to a community member, what would you say? So in other words, what is your elevator speech? Somebody comes up to you on the street and says, tell me about the Civic Center and why we need it. So with that, I'm going to suggest that we do a round robin, if that's all right with you, Mayor.
Yeah.
And we'll start down at this end of the table and just go across. So Councilor Rado.
Okay, so for rewarding for public service, I would say understanding what happens in the city in a more deeper level and talking with people. I think that was probably my rewarding for public service, just seeing things moving along instead of just looking outside and maybe like looking at like complaining about things. It's good to just see how things actually operate. And for number 2, I would say related to number 3, the Civic Center. I believe it started being built last year, so Civic Center. And for number 3, the biggest benefit to me is having a place where community can gather and have meetings or classes or whatever, just meet together, network. Just having that location, even if the weather is bad or something, we can use the parks, we still have a location where people can meet. That's the biggest benefit of the Civic Center.
Great. All right. Thank you very much for that. So on that table.
All right, for me, the reward has been getting to know more of my fellow citizens in Carlton, working with them at Carlton Fun Days and Neighbors Night Out, emergency preparations, planning, and helping to solve were helping my neighbors with their rat problems, to learn that they had to call the pest control themselves, that type of thing. But really feeling like I was available to them and they were talking to me. I agree that our greatest accomplishment was breaking ground and putting up a building. It's fantastic in 1 year. I'm also very proud of what we've done on our sewer and water systems. We had a fantastic tour of our public works, and I realize a lot more needs to be done. And then my elevator speech to my community members about our new building is, in my mind, we needed a modern, safe building for our police department and our city staff to work in. The other building was unacceptable. I don't contest that with anyone who wants to fight. I'm also very happy to have a community room and have a place for visitors to come, community members, and to have emergency sheltering, things like that.
Great, thank you, Counselor. Counselor Hill.
The most rewarding about this public service is one stepping into a amazing government entity that, for all intents and purposes, is serving people to the best of their ability and being very, very respectful to each other while doing so. This is absolutely, most of the time we hear about the other spectrum of government, it's not so friendly, but this one is incredibly good to be. Being a counselor, I feel that I've been very helpful here and respected. That's just, I haven't found that elsewhere. Most rewarding about the public service is connecting with the people of this town. City's greatest accomplishment visually has got to be the Civic Center, but we've been doing other things to improve city infrastructure. Roads are getting paved, sidewalks are getting done, there are pipes and all sorts of other things that are constantly being moved forward. So we're moving forward with projects, whether people can see them or not. We're doing good stuff. If I was to explain the benefits of the Civic Center to a community member, I would tell them that it's basically a multi-use building. 3 main parts to it. There's the city hall part. There's the community room, which could also help with emergency services if we had a mass event in town or locally. And then we also have the police department. They have a dedicated space of which is big enough that we can grow in. Actually, the whole city hall is big enough that we can grow into as our community grows up or grows more. So, did we need the community, the new city hall? Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Mayor.
Yeah. The rewarding on the public service, I think it goes along with what the counselors all have said, which is understanding better how and why the city government functions the way it does, and why certain things get done when they do get done, why they don't get done. And actually the greatest thing, I still go back to this one. The most fun thing I have about this is that the tours of the water system and the water treatment plant. Because we take our water for granted. And if you've been up there and seen the system and seen what goes on, you would have a whole different perspective on what we're doing and how we're doing. That was just, I've had the tour twice, and I can, you know, if you can't find me anywhere else, I'm probably up there walking around thinking about things. That and yeah, being able to explain, having people come to me and say, why are we doing this? And actually having an answer for it, being able to explain, why things are happening. Oh, the city's greatest accomplishments in the last year. The Civic Center, definitely. We're working on that, it's just wonderful. But I think along with that, there's been so much just, the work that the staff has done with, let's see, I want to try to think of the word. Maximizing the funding that they have, that we have to get the work that we've gotten done. This is a very imaginative group, and they have done a great job of working things out and trying to function. When you have emergencies come up, then you're having to look at where the money is going to come from. And our staff and the city itself, with the staff and the support from the council has been really there. As making sure that we do what we can. There's not been a lot of pushback about why are we having to do this? We know why we have to do it. We have good explanations. Benefits of the Civic Center, I was really proud, but I just put out the news a couple of days ago, which is, yeah, we could have just built a building that was an office. I mean, we needed the office. We could have just done that. But explaining to people that, well, this one is giving you the community room, which is going to be available to the public for doing all kinds of activities. We have a place now where, 2 years ago when we had the ice storm, people needed help. They needed assistance. They needed shelter. They needed electricity. They didn't have that because we didn't have that. Now we do. I was thinking about that as we were looking at what was coming up on the ice storm this time. I wish we had the community center done because that gave them a place to go in and we knew that there would be backup for generators, for charging phones, for if you have people that are on, electronic medical equipment, there is a place for them to go. And we haven't had that until now. So those are the kinds of things that I think, we want to keep emphasizing. Folks. We still got that. There's always the connectors, but just try to work with that and reminding them of things that what's important to you. Okay, yeah, we've got it there.
Sharing the benefits.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Counselor?
Everybody has said, said it all, so, I'm certainly echoing the sentiments of what's been already said. I'd say, maybe I'll just sort of take it from a perspective of being a counselor who, going to my 10th year, so I have a little different perspective than those that are new, but what's been really rewarding for me is stepping back to the beginning. And at that time, on that council, when I came into it, we were in the beginning stages of identifying all of these massive infrastructure projects, repair, et cetera, that have been deferred, for basically 50 years of kicking that can down the road. And it's like time to get serious, folks. And it really started then, but at that time in the beginning, we need to do all of these things. Financially, how are we doing it? And it started in the second year I was there, having the opportunities for some of the brokers to get lottery funding for our water transmission line and our dredging project. And so that was massive. And so just taking it through this time before we are now, it's been rewarding for me to work with everyone on this council and past councils that we, just dig in and figure out what needs to be done and look at it. And this goal setting is rewarding to me because this really sets it in motion, it's a blueprint, it's something that Shannon can follow to have us, move forward in a responsible way. And, number two, I mean, obviously, the city hall is, the civic center building is a great accomplishment. And so when I drove by last night, I mean, I'm so proud of that. When I walked by, I think, I was looking at the tiles last night, I mean, the bricks as we went through. I was thinking about was it just last year that we were meeting, discussing about what bricks were, just little things like that, but now you see it, the end result of it, and so it's really amazing. And I think another really great accomplishment is, this is being rewarded, is the fact that we've engaged in Kevin Skipper brought this to us to be able to hire an advocacy blogging firm that's really helped us has helped and is helping us to obtain the conferences that we need to do these projects. And also, Shannon and, Shannon, Linda, all of us have been, engaging more with our local representatives to really have a good working relationship with Representative Elmer and Representative Salinas, our federal partners. So I feel really proud of that. And then on the community member benefits of the civic center, just echoing again what everyone said. And it's just so important for us to have a building that we can count on, that's scalable, that's going to take us through what the next hopefully 40 years, I hope. And to be a building that community can access, so it's not just the empire, palace on the hill for the city staff, it's really a building that the whole community can.
It is, but we get to use it too, it's not just staff.
What? Wait a minute. My hopes and dreams are shattered.
Again.
So I'm sure I'm leaving out things, but that's, everyone has said, everybody said last, so last.
Thank you. Councilor Skipper.
Yeah, I think that sometimes you get excited when you feel like you're gonna be the last one to call on, but then you go, man, now they've stolen all the things I want to say. So, but I think the most rewarding thing about public service for me has been being a part of the change and the momentum. Like everybody's touched on, so many things that we can point to that has really solidified Carlton's future, and we're a part of that, you know what I mean? And people are gonna see that down the road. My kids are gonna see it, the community's gonna see it, and we're a part of it. So I feel like that's both rewarding in the short term and then in the long term, like we can look at things and go, we were a part of that change, I think the city's greatest accomplishment on top of everything everybody said, but there's so many little and big things. Again, that touching on one of the councilor's comments about what happened in the city, the dredging, things that have kind of maybe a little bit more than a year, but you look down at the Headworks project, you look at the Han Creek pump station, you look at all the improvements at the water treatment plant. There is so much infrastructure that we've been able to improve, maintain, because of some of the things that everybody's touched on. Again, one of the biggest ones is staff finding that money, grants and things. It's pretty remarkable the dollar amount that Carlton has gotten. It's crazy. So that's a testament to a lot of the things. So it'd be hard for me. I mean, obviously, with the civic center, it's the most visible, but there's so much stuff, getting power to lagoons, you know, I mean, things that people aren't talking about that is happening. It's just, it's remarkable, we could have a whole page of that. If I was explaining the benefits to the civic center to a community member, what would I say? I would point back to my previous comments is look at what we're gonna have for the future, you know what I mean? Again, to steal your words, kicking the can down the road doesn't work forever, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, maybe it's not the most glamorous and fun topic to explain, but the community is getting a building, a solid building for all these different reasons, police, staff, community, for 40, 50 years. And so, we have to think long-term. I think the council has done a good job of thinking of that, making hard decisions that are gonna benefit the community for decades.
Great, thank you. Last but not least, Councilor Erickson.
They do everything.
For looking back on it, one, I want to thank Shannon for encouragement in molding itself. Because how I'm learning how the city government stuff runs and operates. I'm pulling my hair out and I talked to her multiple times. Calm down, it's gonna be, so it's work. So that's helped for me to still be here. Partaking. So I just want to cover some things. Our biggest accomplishment, well, I mean, everybody said parts and pieces. Yeah, the city hall building, concrete, headwater, I mean, it just, it's like Kevin, Council Kipper was saying, there's so much. It's almost like we could do a small video that you could have playing in the city hall of the last 4 years of all of you. Most people in town, or a lot of people in town, really might not know about how we got powered out of lagoons. What goes on at water treatment.
And why
I've
it's
only been
important.
there, yeah, I've only been up to water treatment plant once, and it was, wow, this is huge. What takes place, so. And yes, the city hall building, it's there, it's not on a hill, but it is. It is very standout, and I do feel that we did a good job as far as getting and selecting the outside bricks. Make it look like the rest. It all blends old school and new school together. When I drive by it, I look at it, see if they improved. For explaining to the community, I explained to a lot of different people in town that the infrastructure of this town has been forgotten for years. And that we're the ones now that are stuck with increasing, fixing, taking care of it. That's what we've been doing. Explain to people that Grant Street's got 70, 80-year-old clay sites that are failing. Sewer, or not sewer, water lines that are just rusted and breaking. A lot of people, didn't understand that, or, you know, where's the money coming from? They explained to them where the millions of dollars have been coming. So it's opened the eyes of a lot of community members, and I know you all have mentioned and talked to community members also about it. I think it's just an education. The more we can educate the community how this city staff and council and government here in town works, you're gonna have less of the yapping and more of the thinking. That they still can go out there every morning, turn the water on, you know, and do, you know, have those services. So, and I'm just glad to be part of the people we have here. I think everybody did. Yeah, we don't agree eye to eye on everything, but we can all move on. And the main goal is to benefit the city. I feel we do a great job. Well, that's part of it. Rail quarter, yeah, that's an ongoing project. Yes, closer to the avenue of communication with the town has opened up. So that's another, that goes with all the accomplishments of this town.
But that's great. Thank you very much for doing that. And you also have captured the sentiment of what I was hearing from all of you with regard to putting the community first as a policymaking group. And I got that sentiment from everyone. So that's fantastic. Mayor, you had another comment.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking on what everybody else said, one of the things that I really appreciated, and I think with this council, I don't know, obviously I don't have experience with the council, so I don't know, is the willingness of all of the councilors to look at a project, and instead of just saying somebody needs to do that, they have stepped up and said, how can I make this happen? And I think what Grant was talking about is a good example. The rail corridor was something that needed some work, and you know, we've talked for years about, oh, we need to do something, we need to do something. Well, he sat down with Shannon, they got to talking about it, they figured out the plan, and we're making some progress on that we wouldn't have made otherwise. We see that, as I said, with a lot of the other counselors, Carolyn and Counselor Ward Mullen are working on fundraising for some of the smaller detail stuff in the city civic building that somebody needed to take on and take that on and get it done. And they stepped up and said, we got it. So the council as a whole, the strength of the council as a whole, I think is their willingness to look at a situation, and instead of saying, somebody needs to do this, staff, can you do this? They're willing to step up and say, well,
Be part of the team.
yeah,
Yeah. That's great. We'll talk a little bit more about the team, then. Great. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your comments. Let's move on, and there's another person at the table who's actually not on the council, but I think it'd be helpful to hear from her as well and what she thinks with regard to having been a city manager now for, I think it's 3 years, or is it 4? I wasn't sure if I'd gotten it quite
It'll
right.
be 3 years, April 4th, to Layers County.
Yeah.
we'll have to have a.
Yeah. What's been rewarding about your public service, and I meant to put at the end, in Carlton. And then the same questions for you on number 2 and number 3. So floor is yours.
This is a hard act to follow with everything that's already been said. You're gonna make me cry. Most rewarding. It's the amount of work that we have been able to get done. I know you hear us talk a lot about how busy we are, but I wouldn't want it any other way. Maybe a little less chaotic, but I would not want to be in my office with my feet up, twiddling my thumbs. That's not me. So I think the most rewarding is having a council who wants to and has the foresight that this is something that we can set for future generations. And we can get our hands dirty and we can get this done. We can do it. And also the team that is, okay, let's jump in. We told Gordon a couple of times in the slide, and he said, if you give us the money, we'll get it done. And And the team's like, okay, just yesterday, we were talking about something else, and she said, whatever you need, we'll get it done. And so having that, both of those, I think, is the most rewarding to be able to accomplish this. Should be likewise, the greatest accomplishment in the last year, I think it's what we have built over the years, and there's nothing more frustrating as a city manager to have a staff who wants to make forward progress and have a council as a policy body say, no, that's not what we're gonna do. We're not gonna give you the resources or the ability to move forward. And likewise, have a council who wants to move forward and not have the skill set for the team that wants to execute. And so I think the biggest accomplishment is not just the last year, but it's having the combination. And that's how we've been able to move money. How we've been able to accomplish so much. And then the benefits of the Civic Center, again, to quote Gordon, because he's so succinct, is you're getting 3 buildings in one. And you're getting a police department, you're getting a city hall, and you're getting a community center. But for me, to be a little less succinct, is I think the greatest benefit of the Civic Center for the community is everything you've all said, but it's also the thought that went into this thing. From the detail to the brick to make sure it matched downtown, to thinking that it was not just going to be a building that we would have outgrown as soon as we would, that it's demonstrated that it was 30, 40, 50 years. That the thought that we wanted to look like downtown, so we started to pull downtown out the way, so that we can start to expand our downtown, because it is our travel. And it's why we are listening to others who want that. And the respect for our history, while recognizing what we need for the future, I think it's one of the greatest benefits. Thought that they into it, exposed to it. The warmth for the community, not to Alice on it. Disappointed and shattered as I am. I think that's the greatest.
Thank you, Shannon. So, yeah, it's quite a list, and, so this one, I'm gonna come back to this list because I asked you this question during the interviews. And I'm just gonna compare kind of what we heard, what's up here. I think you'll see a lot of consistency. But the Civic Center question, I put up there because I heard from a number of you about your concern about the messaging about the Civic Center, that there's misinformation out there about the Civic Center, and the concern that you have that the right information gets out there, that people understand the benefits that they're going to be getting from the Civic Center. So I thought it was a useful exercise to kind of go through and sort of think through that a little bit, and how you tackle that. I'm going to share an anecdote with your permission. When I worked for the city of Hillsborough, we built our Civic Center when I was there. And we had spent a lot of years planning that, building up the funding for it, building up all the capital that we needed, getting the space we needed to build on. And once that started getting planned, we started having the same experience that you folks were having. We started hearing the Taj Mahal. It's, this is something the city is building for itself, not for the community. And we spent a lot of time trying, as you are, to get the correct information out to the community. But until it was said and done and people kind of realized it, it continued on for a while, but once it was there and people saw the benefit and people started using it, that all went away. And we took a lot of time and effort. And I think I've talked to you about the visioning process we went through in Hillsborough. And we told the contractor that we wanted it to be consistent with our vision. And we had a vision action plan, much like you had goals in your plan, saying we wanted to address these things so we can tell the community that what they were saying they needed, we listened to, and we put it in there. We put community meeting space in, and we put in, public art in a plaza and all that. So anyway, bottom line is, understand what you're going through, but I think you'll find that there is a silver lining because of the thought process that all of you have put into that center. And as noted earlier, just by Shannon, the forethought of, what's the connectivity to downtown? How do you respect the history of the community? And you folks have done that, and that will pay off. So that's my 2 cents, unsolicited. All right, so let's move on. And I want to talk a little bit before we get into actually doing goal setting. Talk a little bit more about goal setting, and some of this is going to be a little repetitive for you, but I kind of want to set up the context a little bit differently this year. So I want to talk a little bit about the foundation for your goals. What foundation have you built that is helping you to bolster those goals and to make them work? Effective goal development. What are the best practices in developing goals? And goal implementation. How important it is for you to actually implement. And then I have a few unsolicited comments at the end. So, sorry, I'm taking a lot of leeway here. I apologize, but hopefully it won't be too painful. So.
Your 4th year since Mark said we put you on the payroll.
So I want to talk about the foundation piece and the effective city team. By the way, I didn't mention in the notebook, we have a lot of the materials that we put in before in terms of your charter, in terms of your council rules. We also this year put the PowerPoint in there so you can take notes along the way if you want. And there are other things that you folks asked for when I interviewed you that were more voluminous, like the budget, master plans. But the beautiful thing is you now have iPads. So we can direct you to the city website and say, if you want to look up a master plan while you're sitting here, you can do that. So we didn't print all that stuff out. Okay. All right. So being able to operate effectively as a city team, we talked about this last year, what a city team was and how everybody has their roles as a city team. The city team is the council, the city team is the staff, and how you work together. And so you have a number of tools in your tool chest right now that frankly, not all councils have. And they're setting you up for success. So first is, are you practicing the traits of effective policymaking bodies? We talked about that last time. I put that list, there's a tab there. And I won't go through it in detail like I did last time, but should be. Oh, there it is, yeah. Okay, 6th tab in, 10 habits of highly effective councils. So being able to be strategic, making sure that you stay within your roles, having a good decision-making structure, I'm kind of jumping around here a little bit. Making sure that that you allocate your energy wisely, and that's kind of actually what it comes down to with the city team. Are you using your time wisely? Are you using the taxpayer dollars wisely so that there's not a lot of time being spent without headed toward a mission-driven decision-making process. So all of these things, and as I said, there, it's in your notebook, come into being an effective council. So as long as you're staying within those, that's the first step. Second step is, do you know your roles and responsibilities and avoid lane drift? We talked about the last time, you may have remembered last time I had a video on the side with the car kind of going off. Each of you in this room have a role to play. Councilors have a role, mayor has a role, city manager has a role. And if you understand your lanes that you're in and what your role is, what your responsibilities are, it makes things go a lot smoother. So when you're going into goal implementation, if you understand what those roles are, things are going to go a lot smoother. There are two documents that you have that lend itself to this. One is your city charter, and your city charter does talk about some of the roles in there. And then you also have your 2023 council rules. As I read through those council rules, because last time I think it was an ordinance form, I kind of went, wow, I wish all councils had these. You put a lot of thought into that, and there is a lot of there's a lot of information in here on roles and responsibilities. Everything from the way you conduct yourselves in council meetings to your interactions with staff, as chapter 8, chapter 13, council interaction and communication, all that lends itself to roles and responsibilities. And I applaud you folks for having all of this. And this, again, I'm talking about building that foundation to successful goal setting. The next thing is establishing and maintaining clear expectations. You remember last time, we went through an exercise of identifying the expectations that you have of each other as counselors and mayor. And we also went through the exercise of what do you expect from staff? And we wrote that up at the end. I'm assuming you still have it, but it is in your notebook if you don't. It's in the next tab after council rules. And you can look down the intra-council expectations. And I'm assuming that these still apply. So we're not getting into trying to redefine these, but just kind of reminding you where you landed last time in terms of your expectations of each other. And then also expectations of staff, which I believe Shannon, you've shared with staff. So, okay. So again, all of this is building a foundation. If you have all these pieces together, then you've got the engine that to take your goals and to move forward effectively. And you have it. So what about effective and resilient goals? You need to have effective and resilient goals. I've seen, not councils I facilitate, but I've seen some councils that, and I won't name it, but that bring up goals that are pretty vague and leave a lot of room for interpretation. Like, do the right thing. The right thing for you may not be the right thing for Councilor Erickson. Right thing for Councilor Erickson is not necessarily the right thing for Councilor Brandau. So being able to bring enough definition in is important. So, your goals and the strategies and actions that follow your goals, first of all, should be policy oriented because you are a policy-making body. And that's the level that you're setting because you're setting a direction for the city and where it's headed. The second is allowing flexibility for implementation by staff. And we've talked about this before, I believe, but as you're writing a goal, while you still want it to be tangible and not be do the right thing, you, at the same time, want to leave enough room that when staff's trying to implement it, that they don't stumble and say, well, now we can't do it because we didn't get the grant that you said we had to get. In the goal language, you have to procure this grant. That's the kind of limitation I'm talking about. So that's number two. Number three, it's okay to include routine city responsibilities to give them more priority because the city has a lot of different functions going on. But at any one given time, you may have some of those functions have a greater significance and a greater priority. So for example, with Carlton, wastewater infrastructure. Wastewater infrastructure is a core function of every city, of most cities. And the ability to, the expectation is, yeah, the sewers have to run. Okay? Hopefully. And so that's a day-to-day kind of, you could call that routine. But if you're behind the curve, as Carlton is, in terms of trying to catch up, and frankly, you're not alone, I'd say the majority of cities are in the same boat you are. You want to prioritize that. You want to prioritize the maintenance. You want to prioritize making sure that the system is updated. So it's okay to have routine items in there just to raise their priority and to help move certain things forward that really need to move forward now. And then the last one is that as you're doing the goal setting, you're recognizing that staff is taking that, running with it, and applying it to to the budget. Because that's how the priority system works. You give it more priority, you want to put more money in that direction within reason. So that is something else to be thinking about as you're going through the goal setting is, am I going to be comfortable when I look at the budget and I see more money's been allocated to wastewater improvement? Is that okay? All right, so accountable implementation. This is one of the biggest issues, and I brought this up before, that cities and other jurisdictions that we work with stumble on, because you can come up with all sorts of goals, all sorts of aspirations and direction that you want to go. But if nobody's accountable for moving that forward, it's not going it. And maybe you'd be surprised at how many jurisdictions don't take this step. And so what does it mean to be accountable? It means, first of all, keeping it out front, keeping it on the mindset of the council, keeping it on the mindset of the staff, that these are goals we're headed toward, let's not lose sight of them. And so the frequency of bringing it up, a number of you talked about how Shannon regularly highlights things that are on your agenda that are related to goals. And that's a best practice because that's keeping it in front of you and saying, we're making this goal happen. Accountability through check-ins. Having a moment like we are now to pause and say, what's our progress? Where are we now? Do we need to adjust? Where is this going? And 3, adjusting your goals and your actions if needed to stay current. Things get stale. That's the thing about whether you're talking about visioning, you're talking about strategic planning, or you're talking about goal setting. It's a timestamp. And it's a point in time, and things change. And things that you didn't predict were gonna happen. And so sometimes you have to go back and tweak the goals, and that's what we're doing today, is we're gonna look at, do you need to tweak anything, or are we good kind of moving forward? Questions so far? Okay. All right, so here's my unsolicited pitch. As I said, I've worked with jurisdictions all over the state. I've done a lot of strategic planning, I've done community visioning, I've done a lot of goal setting. Carlton is probably one of the best prepared cities to move forward with goal setting. You have that foundation. I listed all those different pieces. As long as you're paying attention to all those foundational pieces, whether it's council rules or whether it's or whether it's your role within the charter, or making sure that the expectations are clear for everyone, you're doing that. I was going through the list going, yeah, check. That number one. Number 2 is you are holding your feet and staff's feet to the fire in terms of getting the goals done. That doesn't always happen. And good on you folks. I'm really impressed. But the thing that impressed me the most this year is when I was talking to Shannon, and we're talking about all the different things that are going down, are going to getting done, and all the accomplishments. But remind me, how many staff do you have? 14. 14 people, and look at those accomplishments that you've achieved. In my time in working with councils and staffs, that's unprecedented. When you look at the staff ratio to the output of what's being done. And I've also heard from all of you that you recognize that you recognize that staff is busting their butts and getting stuff done. And so I just wanted to take a moment, unsolicited again, to say good on you. This is a great city. It's a great little town, as they say. And you're doing wonderful things. And I think as long as you keep moving this direction, you're going to continue to see the types of successes that you've had in the last year. The key is going to be marrying your resources with what needs to be done. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So anyway, so that was my, again, unsolicited pitch. Any comments, observations? You're encouraged. It is a pleasure working with this council and with your staff. I mean, it just, you folks are awesome. So
It is. Shannon reminds us a lot, and I keep the reminder that we get really excited about projects. We want to see things happening and going, why isn't this done yet? We don't have, you gotta give the staff a break. So I think a lot of the credit for that goes to the fact that we've got a city manager that walks a really fine line and is doing really fine. It's hard.
Yeah,
One
so-
of the things that's really helpful to do on the goals that we have, and we have, the action items, for those goals, and then you have what is helpful to me is to have the chart there that shows our actual progress for those goals. So it's a working document. I can look at that and kind of see where we are at one time, and I think that's really important for me as a counselor. And,
That's great. So you're definitely seeing the benefit of the way it's being implemented,
the goals, yeah.
the goals. Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
just in a working document and being able to go to it at any point in time, but where are we on this project,
Right.
When I first came onto the council, for 2 years, we did goal setting. And I think about this every time we went into a room, sat down for like time, came up with all these ideas about, oh, they want to do this and this and this. And I never, ever heard anything on that list mentioned again for the entire year. It just, we made the list, yeah, this is great, and that was it. And that was one of the big things that we were talking about starting goals that I made the concern was that we don't do that again. This is contrary.
seeing goals were in the past, and we had to sometimes seem more aspirational than actually establishing a goal that you really serious about moving forward on it, being accountable for it.
Having these goals help keep us organized and focused. This is one of 2 entities where there has been high focus on goals. Seeing them completed. And that's one of the reasons why this and the other entity were so successful, because goals, setting your goals and sets in motion the rest of the action. So, and it helps greatly with our organization. Taking goals leads to organization leads to projects. So, and it's amazing.
What's been kind of interesting to me the last couple of years is the Mayor's Association, and we're on a group, email too, so the mayors from all over the state can ask each other questions about this. And it's kind of scary to see the questions that they're asking, that an individual mayor will ask about, well, how do you deal with such and such? So I'm looking at that going, you shouldn't even have to be asking that question, what's the process for holding a special election or a special meeting, special council meeting or something? It's really, they need you. Because there's just so much that I think we don't understand about how government works.
Yeah.
This group gets it. And this city gets it. There are so many cities. That's why we end up with problems we do. Our folks really work on it. Yeah, make it be a function of government.
It's quite evident. It's quite evident. So. Anybody else have any observations or thoughts on that?
This.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're fine, you're fine, you're fine.
You're good.
Oh, there's a.
Seal off.
Well, there's a-
Right, it's literally falling.
Oh, there's no
Oh, there's a.
wheels off the table.
There is not a real option.
What happened? We do have a policy table, don't we?
Oh, how did it get over there? No.
Sometimes things that you don't expect happen.
Wheels fall off.
Literally.
Well, at least it was a stationary object.
Yeah.
Could have had a yard sale.
It looks like we have taken an inadvertent break.
Yes.
So we can break for 10 minutes if you like, and then come back.
I had shop access, we just grab a chunk of wood, throw it on the go.
Right.
Moving to feel less dangerous.
I think we're gonna exchange tables is
Oh,
what we're gonna
wonderful.
do. We're improving the
Standing right
safety
here.
of our
Yeah, Campbell.
area.
Oh, teamwork. I try, Grant, I try, I tell you, but this teamwork thing is just. More than I understand. As I tell Shane, they're trying to human, but not human.
We'll take it. Thank you.
Yes.
That is new. So we're just, it all of a sudden, it's gliding through the air. Oh, like, it's the weirdest feeling.
Yes.
Have exciting stuff this morning. My dog was out at homemade cooked food, so first thing this morning, I had to cook my dog homemade food. Then my wife gets stuck up here on
Yeah.
Panther Creek, trying to go to one of our clients' house because the snow is still crazy deep. I almost had to go rescue her. Yeah. I was almost gonna have to call in and say, hey, I'm on the rescue mission, I can't talk to you. Oh, my wife, she got stuck up Hampton Creek Road trying to get to a client's house.
Today?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
here.
She got out.
Is it just mud or?
Oh, mud and snow still, yeah, so.
Those treacherous places are driveway.
Yeah.
Sliding up
Yes.
and down the driveway.
So a few years ago, I came home, the car was nice and warm and everything. Parked my car on the driveway. And I come back out 2 hours later and my car's in the middle of the road.
No,
So I parked it this was,
I've been
this
wondering
was the
about that.
last- yeah,
What
this
keeps
was-
them in place?
well, most of the time just sitting there and
Yeah.
it's nice and happy, but I guess the ice was
On the
just
ice.
warm enough. And it just right out, and then and my neighbors being awesome, just drove right around and didn't say anything. They'll probably laugh at me. So.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, we didn't, usually when we get the snow, our entertainment at the house is watching people come down Grant Street and trying to turn up Cunningham Street.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Those little hills become a mountain.
well, and it's ice,
Yeah.
you know, it's either ice or snow on there. I don't know what they're thinking, that they even come down Grant and start, you know, and then but yeah, it's always
And
been
of course,
kind
the
of fun.
the all season tires that have almost no traction at all.
Yeah, they don't, yeah, it's not really. But this year it's been kind of. It was actually kind of quiet. Activity there.
Maybe people learn from previous years.
Yeah.
Something happened.
I don't know, it was somewhat unprecedented in Portland.
Mm-hmm.
I've been calling it Treemageddon because so many trees,
Yes.
big trees came down.
Where you stay?
Yeah.
Sister-in-law lives in the Laurel Marsh area,
Yeah.
and they had one, it was either an oak or an ash, but it didn't just snap, I mean, it was the whole root ball.
Wow.
Yeah.
I saw some
Came out.
pictures like that. Big root
Just a
ball.
big tree.
Yeah, and we've seen that all over Southwest Portland. Yeah, as you say, the root balls are up and
Mm,
trees are down.
bad.
We were driving around, the other day and just looking at all the trees that have fallen, and how many near misses there were. of houses. I mean, like within feet. It's, if it had gone over a yard, it would have destroyed a house or a portion of it. Scary stuff.
I think it's kind of remarkable. I didn't notice that even I haven't any trees down in the park here. And so far, that's here.
I remember years when we had power knocked out for about a week because trees over here fell.
One
Oh,
part, yeah, that was a big mess.
it was a giant mess.
I heard a lot. Well, 2 years ago.
I think we
we
had
that,
the ice
you know,
here.
The
We had
Valentine's
ice,
Day
uh,
ice storm was a mess.
Did
Valentine's Day massacre.
leak
Tree
out
by
here.
Apke.
Yeah.
Did accumulate on the power lines and wires like in years.
So you guys didn't have the power outages that we had and still have.
Not on this storm.
Yeah,
We were very lucky.
Yeah.
yeah, I was ready to go get the generators out of the barn and plug them in and.
Yeah.
Doing.
We just
Yeah.
moved into a new house and it just happened to have a generator in it. And so we've been using it.
Yeah, definitely. Hallelujah.
Yeah, we've been taking in friends who didn't have electricity.
My level of emergency preparedness will go up significantly in this next one. Getting a wood stove.
Yeah, good for you. I was just thinking, because that's one of the things that saved us was we have a wood stove.
I grew up out on a farm. We cooked on the wood stove. We lived around, I mean, when your house has no insulation because it was built in 1927, it was 2x4 walls. The log trucks, when I first moved out here in 1989. The one thing that I didn't realize, the log trucks driving by, you could see the curtains and the wallpaper kind of. Yeah,
From the
moving.
air movement.
From the air movement, yes. So,
Wow.
and it was a very drafty house, and I do not know how we kept that house warm, that wood stove, but.
Burned a lot of wood.
So we burned a lot of wood. Yes, they can. And I'm excited about getting a wood stove in the house. So.
That'll be nice.
These newer ones that are better for,
Missions and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm also gonna be a fairly civilized individual. I'm not gonna burn good, I'm not gonna burn the green or wet wood. I'll try and save my neighbors the,
Yeah.
yeah. I have one neighbor, they burn the wet and green, but
Why would they do that?
I think it's an economic issue.
Oh,
If I ever come across
So
some
the guy was
extra
in the
money,
military.
I think I'm just gonna buy
We,
seasoned dry wood.
Yeah.
Here you go. You need a little shed for it too, because,
Who can help with that?
yeah.
So then we got to Oregon,
That's
retired and then.
Kind of where we are now. We've got.
So I never really had like.
And about half of it's stacked, and the other half of it is sitting out in the back.
So-
Oh,
Younger. I
This has
started
got a tarp over it.
football, you know.
well, if I come across some inexpensive
Grandpa was
2x4 type ones.
style that he played with, and I enjoyed him. Did you really have a
I
home
think if you
team?
know somebody else that would do it,
So ever since then.
I would give it to them. We've got,
Oh, I'm talking for like building.
oh, you're building. a woodshed.
Yeah.
No, because we're not capable of building. a woodshed.
Yep.
Oh,
I-
not enough space or just not?
We're fundamentally.
Oh.
They're gonna get hammered.
It's really terrifying.
The hammer is? Yes. I don't like the hammer either.
It's terrifying in my hand.
Oh,
Or my husband's.
Understood.
It's things like that. He wants to do it, but it's better if we don't.
Mhm.
We were really lucky that a great many members. They're very, very helpful.
And it was making them count.
They do.
All right, I think we're back together. And I think we have a stable table now.
We do. Look how adaptable and how well the team worked together to solve the.
That was the city team at its best. All right, so the next thing we're gonna just talk about is just what I heard in the interviews. And as I always tell people, I don't share anything that any individual said. I will say that if we get to a point in discussion, and you wanna say, yeah, no, I brought that up, that was important to me, that's fine, that's on you. But I'm not gonna mention who said what, so. We interviewed all of you and Shannon and the department heads. And what was interesting to me, actually not surprising, just because I know this group, is how much you folks are on the same page. You folks are headed all pretty much in the same direction, so might have a little side street here or there, but other than that, you're pretty much headed in the same direction. So let me just kind of run through some of the highlights here. So you remember I asked you, what are the community issues that you're thinking about? What's on the community's mind? And number one, and these are in priority order, the number of responses. So the higher responses are at the top and the lower number of responses. In fact, if it says other, that means one person brought it up. So utility rates, Highway 47. And the frustration with things not moving forward on that project. Growth and development, you're hearing a lot about that. You're also hearing about the condition of the streets and sidewalks, and about the civic center. And as I mentioned before, a number of you talked about some of the misinformation that is out there. That the utility fees were paying for the civic center, and that's not true. But nonetheless, once it gains a little bit of momentum, it's harder to correct. So now the difference between the bold and the not bold is the not bold are just two. I had like two responses. The bold ones are 3 or more people brought them. So public safety came up from a couple of folks, and then one person brought up business development and the downtown vacancies, the lack of affordable housing, and community information and engagement. Now, again, you were talking about what you're hearing from the community and what the community is thinking. So I asked you what went well last year, and you talked about the civic center. That just automatically rises to the top, and that's consistent with what you have on the board here or on the chart back. The city manager was frequently brought up along with her staff as something that is going very well. So we'll see. Let's just see how much we can embarrass Shannon. And the grants, the grants were brought up a number of times. And just the innovation of staff to get the grants and what a great thing that was. The water system improvements that happened this last year and the main line that went in, and the water treatment plant improvements. And then a few people brought up the comp plan development code progress and the work that was done on the sidewalks. The one-offs, if you will. One person mentioned the new state and federal representatives that you're working with. The charter revision, the council as a whole, just as a community-focused body. The railroad corridor cleanup and the work that was done around that this year, and then the downtown public celebrations events. So, the challenges that you saw in this last year were, and not surprisingly, I don't think to anybody here, wastewater infrastructure. The challenges that you have around that. And with regard to, you know, there were some failures that happened. And just, they happen, but it's, but also in relation to getting the funding release that you need and getting through that red tape. Staff capacity and morale. Number of you were concerned about morale of the staff. You recognize how much those 14 people were doing to get all this stuff done. And you raised with me concern about how much can we continue to push staff at this level, at this, to function at this capacity. Few people brought up the budget. Civic Center from the standpoint of just the amount of time it took to address all the little idiosyncrasies that go with a capital project. And it just takes time to address all of those things. ODOT. I don't know if I need to say more.
ODOT's good.
And then a few others that are brought up, growth. The red tape, which actually goes back in part to the wastewater infrastructure and community information. The challenge of trying to get the word out to folks so that people feel that they've been informed. So what are your strengths going into this year? Top of the list was your city manager and staff. And then following that, the community information engagement systems and customer service. You've put a lot of effort into really bolstering your community engagement efforts. And the feeling was that's going to do well for you going into this year. Give you a foundation to address some of those issues you have about keeping the community informed. And newsletter was particularly brought up in this context. Infrastructure improvements. You're on the way to infrastructure improvements. You did the water work this year. You've got some funding coming in for wastewater. And so it's putting you on a good path to be able to address that. Civic Center. What you just said about the benefits of the Civic Center, that's what I was hearing in the interviews as well. That the Civic Center is going to be bringing a lot of community benefit. And once you're in there and you can utilize it, you're going to see dividends from its use. Some of the other things that are brought up, budget, just that the budget as a whole is pretty stable here. You know, capital improvements aside, but overall, it's in pretty good shape. Again, the council, the police department, it was mentioned that some of the perceptions that have happened around the police department have been changing and in a positive direction. So, and not that it was a huge problem, but it was a perception. So, resilience, this is a resilient organization. You know how to pivot. When the table falls, you know what to do.
Nice, we planned that.
Yeah.
Building activity.
Wheel and change. The innovative finance approach that's being taken, that you're looking at turning over all the different stones. And then the goals. So we've got great goals going into this year. What are the challenges you're facing this year? Highway 47 rose to the top. Along with infrastructure. Those two, I mean, I say they're pretty much equal. And so those are the challenges that you're facing going forward. A few people also brought up growth, just in terms of addressing growth as it's continuing to impact Carlton. The funding that you need for projects, you've gotten a lot of funding, you've got some funding coming in, but you need more. And so that's going to be a challenge this year, and the Civic Center messaging is again clarifying the benefits of the Civic Center and the thought process that's gone into that. And then some of the others, Civic Center implementation. Anytime you move into a new facility, it takes a while to kind of hit your stride and figure out where everything is going. I just moved into a new house. We have all these boxes in our garage. It's gonna take us a while to implement that. Keeping small town character is always a challenge. Getting the comp plan done, TSP, water supply planning, somebody brought that up. You need to be forward thinking about your water supply. And the railroad corridor purchase and improvement, dealing with that. All right, goal accomplishments. Now, you'll probably see a lot of correlation here. Civic Center #1, same here. Infrastructure improvements, same here. Charter revision was also brought up a number of times. The work that was done on citizen information orientation approach. The work that was done on sidewalks this last year. The grants again. And the comp plan. The comp plan development code, the progress that's been made so far. You got work to do yet on that, but it's on track. And then some of the other one-offs were the newsletter, the council rules, utility rate study, city managers' efforts on Highway 47, the railroad corridor, and financial stability. I do want to talk and do a placeholder and talk a little bit more about the railroad corridor a little bit as it relates to goals. But it was brought up in that context. Okay. So I think, oh, there's one other thing. Wow. Again, goes back to everything that's been accomplished. Holy cow. Okay. All right, before we move on and talk a little bit about Shannon's gonna talk a little bit about the Newport case. Before we do that, any comments, observations with regard to what came out of the interviews? Surprises?
I think absolutely. I was second that.
Yeah.
So it's really amazing that we all share similar visions. That's it means that we have a little bit of an easier path ahead of us when we're all in agreement. Shows, so that's kind of amazing.
One thing that's, that I really like about the reading this letter that goes out is that that in that newsletter is a report of the activity with our police department, because in the past, it has been an issue about, well, what are those guys doing, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. You know, a lot of complaints about them, you know, the fact that having, you know, reporting that shows, you know, that, you know, the activity and that, you know, bad things happen here in Carlton that require a lot of their time. You know, it's not just, I mean, and that goes for any city, but, you know, they're not just living here in Shangri-La, and all this stuff happens. And that requires professional, dedicated police force, but that gets reported in that community resource. I think that's important to convey that information to the community.
Yeah, the police department, in a certain aspect, is kind of a victim of its own success. Because they do things so well and they do it so efficiently that we don't see a lot of it happening. And so everybody just thinks, well, what are they doing? They're doing a lot. It's just, like Shirley said, we started letting people know.
And people don't understand how much a case, how many man hours a case can take just in investigating a case. And one comes to mind, somebody was vandalizing things, and that took hours, but it's thorough, and their thoroughness means that they will either successfully resolve the problem, hopefully. And if need be, they can go to court and they will win, and that person will hopefully get the help that they need through that court process. So the guys are absolutely friendly, take into account many factors, including people's rights. They're very sensitive to our community. So it's impressive.
I think they'll be on something. Because of the because of how much. We just had a case taken on of our there.
Because the feds are now, they want, because we investigated it so thoroughly, we realized the extent of the issue. And so the feds are now interested in it and have to take the jurisdiction. Yeah. This could be a little bit fun.
But it's hard when you have case sensitive investigations going on to get out in the community and say, we're doing something, we really can't talk about it. So having the reports of traffic stops, DUI stops, the domestics and everything else that they have to respond to all the time, like professionals they respond with, that's massive. But being able to convey that to our residents helps our police department not come under friendly fire, I guess, on social media.
I'm pretty infamous.
Yeah, it's great. It's unfriendly, but it's coming from our own community. So I am so appreciative that you stood up for our community law enforcement.
One other thing I just want to say about communication, and this is communication with council, Shannon's been giving council tidbits. And, you know, we've had in the past prior to Shannon, we've had, you know, messaging comes up, it's a little more abbreviated, and I realize it probably takes Shannon quite a bit of time to, you know, convey so many facts for, you know, every item that she wants to convey to let us know about, but it's very much appreciated for myself as a council, very much appreciated because I feel like I know, you know, many more details about what's going on. And I think that helps us to be more effective council. And we're not just in the dark, like at the monthly meetings, you know, if that weren't happening, there would be this huge vacuum with no knowledge there.
And, you know, Shannon often puts in her note, her tidbit, in case you're asked about this. And it's like, oh my God, somebody just asked me that question. I can
Really?
reply now. Yeah, many times.
Yeah.
Many times.
a lot of the times where you put out something that you might be,
Yeah,
we're already getting.
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And
And then you have to
So-
understand the timestamp. You read the timestamp, the date of when it is. May is 9.
That's concerning.
Over and above.
Yeah.
so
I need
something
a
else.
minute, I'm gonna go cry for all of this.
You thought we didn't notice?
Something else that I find is incredibly amazing is that a lot of times in government, when you're wandering around and you're interfacing with government or people in power, you ask a question and they tell you, that's not for you to know, or that's not your job, or I have never received that here, especially on city council. Before I can ask questions, there's already information coming. And I also feel very strongly that a government that is putting out information doesn't have anything to hide. Unless you catch them putting out something that is blatantly false, and that's not happening either. We find good information coming out and it's honest information at the same time. That is very, very refreshing. I was expecting to come in here and find some sort of craziness going on, but I'm very, very pleased that I haven't found any bad government behaviors. I found people who are talking about how to get the information out. They're talking about being open and transparent with the community and everybody, and all their partners. So this is really kind of refreshing. How does everybody else get on board with this? Because I know that communities and entities outside of our community are struggling with openness, honesty, integrity, and communication.
It's happening all over.
Okay.
We can turn this
Yeah.
into a money-making. Good grief.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
Innovative
you-
fundraising.
But you definitely become a model. So,
Do you say that to every city?
In your other thing, does it ever come up that, dang, we wish we'd be more like Carlton?
I can't say that, but I think it's more that you haven't been up on the radar yet. But you might get more on the radar as time goes on. So.
I have a quick question, and I should know that, and I should be able to find it on the website, but do we publish our city council goals on our website and the accomplishments listed?
We definitely have the goals.
Okay,
I will tell you, that is one of the things as we go on, that I'm hearing that the updates and accomplishments are running out. There's not a lot of time.
yeah, this is another thing, could the staff do this?
And I would like to do that. I
Yeah.
actually, my first year here, put a project page so we can keep track of every step in a project, so that when somebody says, I didn't know, there
Right,
wasn't a public opportunity.
right,
I have failed in being able to track that, and I think it's a critical component, but it's just the factor of
Right.
so many hours a day.
Is there an option or possibility of being some council to help with that?
I don't know, because of our web-based system.
Or at least as far as getting the thing ready to go, so somebody else can just slap it out.
Yeah, I need to refresh myself about how much the content is actually done. Because right, if the Word document is done, it's a lot. It takes 5 minutes. We'll have more room where you won't go into it.
What's that?
We'll have more room next year where you won't have to walk
Oh.
into your own easel.
Yeah, it's good. It's keeping me agile or showing how agile I'm not. All right, you ready to move on? All right, so I'm gonna turn the floor over to Shannon, who's gonna talk about the Newport recreational trail lawsuit and its status and implications for Carlton.
I don't have a lot more information than what we have had recently. As you well know, this went to the Court of Appeals, the court inclined to hear it, so right now the Court of Appeals decision stands. The legislature is well aware of it. They are trying, the LOC is the other organization, with for legislative fix in a short session. The challenge is it a short session. So they have a lot to try to bring from the place. They all have to go to the team in order to accomplish that. That was a challenge last year in the state legislature. So let's all hope, maybe we can send a good bottle. What we are gonna do next steps for the city is we did do that risk assessment. The CIS. I sent that report out to you in your contact. The individual who actually did that risk assessment will be here probably via Zoom in order to talk to you further about it and what she's seeing from a risk assessment insurance point of view. She's gonna have some recommendations on the just temporary measures, as you saw in that report, that we take as far as signage, railings, in certain areas. Staff is already working, these temporary measures for improvements. We've already talking about that. There is, and I sent that in 2 weeks yesterday, City of Bend, the City of Newport, we have ordinances on minimizing risk. And so I've asked the city attorney to draft something for consideration. And that will also be action step for there. So I'm sorry in advance, your February meeting is going to be a little bit more. Realize that, and staff is also.
So you think these ordinances, this has what this is what done might help to shore up some of the gaps and this place in terms of protecting us from recreational energy versus, transport, that kind of thing.
That is the word we're getting from our own insurance. The recommendation of the insurance. This is what I- So, that's what our recommendation is when you're not in.
One thing that does concern me is that I've read news reports, I don't know how true they are, because I haven't areas, but I have read news reports. That certain municipalities have closed down certain parks and trails. That is incredibly concerning for me because we do all this work to make livability. And then because of the lawsuit, we get parks and trails taken away. That's incredibly unfair. So whatever we do, we need to mitigate the risk. And I strongly would advocate for us keeping everything possible. Yeah.
There are some where there would be a lot of costs. Here to. That's what is scary. So we talk about how to balance that, because I recognize what you're we're also talking about urban space. You're talking about encouraging more of these. the other thing that I would beg of you is. And help them understand how. Talk, that they get together.
Like what David was saying, I was reading an article, the bicycle community is starting to jump in on it big time of their, what they do, mountain bikes and stuff, and I thought about it for the 30 years that I used to ride the motorcycle outside of town here on the trails. And
Yeah.
none of us ever even thought if we were out there riding, you crash and fall and break a leg, well, you go to the hospital and pay for it. Get back out there in 6 weeks and do it again. We never thought about taking the state for it, that your tree was in the way as I ran into it.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. But it can be a really big shutdown, unfortunately.
Yeah, it could impact the whole state of Oregon.
Yeah.
Major financial attraction, come out here and recreate.
It's like finding balance between minimizing our risks, making increases in resilience, et cetera. Balancing that with the fact that there is just risk in life, and you cannot put a, flood every hole of risk that's out there. And one of the risks that is out there, that is a greater risk that will not be weighed down, is the fact that it is now in question. It is not just that somebody raises a lawsuit, we raise the defense of our creation. It is not fact question, which means one is more lawyer problem. And so right there, the risk, even if it is eventually thrown out, the risk right there is that we are in someone.
Yeah, you can bankrupt the city just not quite.
I think also, and I mentioned this communication about, like the JOG, was part of that pathway as an example. But to the extent that we can to work with the developers and have expectations of them that they would understand, okay, here's the park and what about if they take some responsibility for making sure that they hand that over to us, that it's safe. To the extent they can. And that is, I'll go back to Eric's statement at the beginning of do what's right, is safe is going to look different. And so we have to clarify what safe is, if it's not just possible. We need the help of the courts and the legislature to figure out what is acceptable in the state and what is that. As far as the person who drop off, which can bring on safe was just fine. Absolutely.
But do we need to? That's what I say. It's fun. Do we need to label trails? You want Mount Hood, you got the little bunny rabbit run. You got-
Black diamond.
Black diamond.
And then you got the triple or quadruple black diamonds,
Also
which is
appreciate it.
off a cliff. Okay.
We may, you'll see a lot of the language that's coming out of our insurance company is that sign that just basically says your intent or this facility, the intent is for recreation purposes and your assumption on even this facility is for recreation. Now, whether or not that'll hold, should somebody challenge us? There's the whole the baseball. If baseball parks were indemnified from fly balls, I would say somebody sued and was successful. And now the indemnification on the back of the ticket doesn't mean anything. Eric, I have a question.
Yeah.
Multnomah Falls, is that part of some sort of park? Agency, Metro there?
Yeah, well, that's part of the Columbia Gorge scenic
It's a
area.
state park.
It's federal.
I
National
mean,
park.
because that's an example of something that I've never even die on, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would think that's federal. That's federal. It's federal.
I believe that's right. I don't know if you know Shannon, but
Audit was state. It was federal.
yeah, because it is within the Columbia Gorge recreational area, scenic area, yeah.
That's federal.
All right,
It
well,
is federal, US Forest.
all right. So what? So, ready to move on? Okay, all right. Well, actually, the next piece is Shannon's as well. This is, the goals, progress report, and, Shannon, let me know if, when you want me to press the button to your, magic slide.
How would you magic slide first and then we can look at the
Okay.
magic.
I think it's magic because I don't know how to put this together.
So this is all Amy's work. So she took what the document in your binder is and she put it into more of a visual. And so we'll go through the visual first and then we'll look at the actual document. It's under 23, 24 goals and updates, and it's like page, it starts like page 3 of that.
Here we go. I think, yeah.
I don't know how to do it either, so.
Did I pause it?
Listens.
Oh, is it going on the bottom?
Maybe.
There we go.
It's supposed to have sound.
We didn't have that much time. You're gonna use this as a model for later of all of the work that we've been able to do and accomplish. We were talking about a video. So these are items still in process. Wastewater treatment plant, Main Street utilities with PGE. Goal 2, a lot of it is still in process. Vacation rental updates, green space policies, historic preservation, comp plan and development code. Remember all of us sweating in that fire department? It's like in August with the sun beating in. This involvement, being creative on Instagram, community newsletter. Involved. All the hard work you guys are putting in. With dump days, look at that line up the hill. All that work and cleanup. A lot of good governance. Hiring the municipal judge, donation policy, again, the rail corridor cleanup. Lodging in public that we had to deal with. Christie was very hard. We all do. Christie is on us all the time. And more to come. But if you look at your page 3 in that section. And it starts with the council goals table T. And it's, that first page just has goal 1 and it has that updated chart at the bottom. If you turn to page 2, starts the real impactful, to me, the impactful. Goal 1, completed items. We did the capacity upgrade. That first week. We adopted the state required North DL. The water main transmission pipe, all those additional deliverables activities that project that we were able to accomplish with that grant funding that's happening
citizens. Concrete park improvements with the new shelter that I think Councilman Rising said the HOA dues froze up there. East Main Street, that's the best block in town as far as paving. Paving's great. Panther Creek, the reservoir at Reggie, Clearwell, all of the water treatment pump upgrades that you guys talked about. The PLC that we did the upgrade to that makes it more efficient, that our guys can check it on the phone, even when they're, if you get here from the ice store. The concrete pump station that we were able to complete. And ADA ramps. That was, I think, this summer, but we got it done. And we worked with ODOT and we did develop a good partnership. And when they had to get out of Dodge in 12 hours in fun days, boy, they did it. And the utility rate analysis. Those are 11 large, huge projects that just under one that we were able to accomplish. And again, that's not everything. In process are just as equally large that are already in process that we know. The wastewater headworks that should be completed sometime this spring. The civic building, hopefully again this spring or summer, that is going to be completed for our city. Wastewater treatment plant improvements that we hope to go out to bid for this year. Transportation system plan update. So as soon as you get done with one foundational document, the comp plan, the development code, you've got another foundational document. Use. Wastewater collection system improvements that we use. Those are the 2.2 million at some of the county ARPA funds coming in. So again, that's monies that our citizens are not having to come up. Then we'll also do grant and some of West Main Street. West Main Street improvements paving there that's in process. That's another $1.5 million that our citizens did not have. Working on water security that's next. Continuing to work with Midville Water High, the city of Hillsborough, and we're doing whatever we can to come to innovative ways to their secure water supplies for our Main Street utilities improvement continue to work with PG&E. I'm underground, but that's in process. I have a meeting with them next Thursday. OR 47 work. That's working and developing more of a partnership with ODOT because my marching orders were just get the TSP from you, was to get the TSP done before we make the full commitment to ODOT, but it's making sure that we have that partnership with ODOT so that we don't get forgotten or the money we have isn't clawed back by another agency. And we lose that $9 million that continuing to work on our new redesigned Carlton Walkability Sidewalk Program. And we're already working, staff is working to try to find grant funds so that we can continue that work. Working with property owners downtown on underutilized parking lots that perhaps we can come with partnership or additional city. Emergency management work on becoming a fire-wise community, hazard mitigation plans, emergency preparedness, hardening our systems by working with PG&E on undergrounding whenever we can. Stormwater master plans. We look at this. So that we can reverse stormwater facilities. And then we can do that. And state required OHA water services report for health authority and water conservation with the management plan. That's just goal one that's already in process that we know we need. Goal two, again, it's a lot of in process. We know the comp plan development code. We're going to get that done this year. And part of that is incorporation of your housing approaches. So that is action 2.3. your vacation rental policy, which is action 2.4, green space, which is action 2.6. And then planning and developing a plan of action through the planning commission in the council. How we're going to achieve action 2.5 about some sort of historic preservation, whatever that looks like. If it's a district or if it's just policies about protecting certain properties, whatever that ends up looks like. So developing plans and process. Citizen involvement, you've mentioned, there's a social media, we're continuing to do those push outs. I don't know if Amy saw, I don't know if anybody's a member of our Instagram account for the city of Carlton. I don't know if you saw Amy's creative post yesterday with one of our down stop signs, and that it was snow laughing matter. Here's how you report these things, or where to report. So trying to involve humor. And we have to, ironically, we have to be a little careful. We saw another police department do a humorous update about Girl Scout cookies and about these dealers, and it was about the Girl Scouts, but it started
Yeah.
we have these dealers in the community and be aware.
Oh, God.
And it was not as well taken as it was intended to be.
Some people took offense.
Yes, and it was meant to be humorous. They actually thought we did have dealers and didn't understand the humor at the end. So we're trying to develop more of a personality and a sense of humor. But if you see us being pretty cautious, that's why. And then we have, we took that piece in the civic center from that mesh wall at the Compton, the 2-story grand entrance of the civic center, and made it that solid wall for cost savings, but then we were able to incorporate that large visual display that we can do ongoing in that series. And for the community, whether it's fun days or the council's meeting on January 6th, so that's where you come bring your rotten eggs and throw a council and have that information. Reader board of sorts. It's inside at this point, but it is a digital reader.
Just interrupt one bit, because I can read about the Instagram and I look and I am following City Carlton. However, and I don't know how this happens, behind the scenes, but there's other folks that that I follow on Instagram. I get notifications of when something important posts. I've never gotten that to the City Carlton. I don't know if there's anybody behind the scenes and doing this, and that it's pushed out even more to people that follow the Instagram account.
I don't know, I'll ask you, I'm not, to be honest, I'm not the guru. And I get notifications of them, so I'm not sure.
Not for something because I've checked and I'm following, so I don't know why I'm not. So anyway.
Citizen involvement, communications, it's always gonna be an ongoing item, and it's huge. And so you see projects and processes, it's an ongoing commitment. We're always looking for ways like these are humor to make it using a little bit more. See? But it's huge, and so we're always looking for opportunities to do these people recognize everybody gets. And so the newsletter is a lot of people and a lot not. And so trying to find different ways, using Instagram, using Next, using the newsletter. And the other challenge is we don't have somebody we can just dedicate this. We don't have somebody to monitor it. Constantly posts, and that can be a full-time job, even just for some of our larger police departments in the state. They can have just one person that's to monitor it. And so that's a balance we're trying to achieve. What can we do to reach more people within the business? Goal 4. We got the advocacy groups, that. That's a big contributor to our good governance, saving us the system money. And witness to the council who took the risk. You guys took a risk for this crazy idea I came to you with that said, hey, I met with this crazy guy who had ideas about funding for the civic center, but I think we can do more with that. And you guys went, okay, let's jump in. And look how it's came up. The municipal judge has made a huge difference. In my cases. That more accountability. More respect. And more action. Sometimes we would look through the effort. Trying to hold somebody accountable. And we would just do this. So there's a lot of respect for the work. And this job is not just about finding people. He also tries to work with the individuals and gives them an opportunity. And a lot of times it's, we're going to pause the fire. And if I don't see you in 6 months, then we're going to eliminate. Or we are. But you have to show that you're not going to do this.
Is there a place or a time, well, a place and time we can observe such courtroom activities?
Yeah, we did that. You were absent that day.
I was absent.
We already did that. Yes, the answer is yes.
I've seen a lot of how government has been abusive from prosecutors and other entities. It's really neat and encouraging to see government working the right way.
Yes, our judge is a good guy.
Absolutely. And I would love to see more of that because it encourages me to get out.
Those are all the new meetings.
Nope, they are here.
Public can show up.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You have to-
Yeah, right, so there's a only
Go
two.
up and go in public seating.
Now, it's not set up this way, it's usually just one page, so you want more ability to see. So, yeah, you can just come, I would encourage you, if you wanna do it, you come to a couple of different ones, because they're all different. Like
yeah.
popcorn, and sometimes you're gonna get a session where he comes and everything's, it's resolved. So you won't see it. Action.
So you'll just see them signing papers and giving them back to somebody
Yeah.
else? Okay.
Is there any list of kind of list what's supposed to happen in the closed session or?
No, there's not a notice of what's gonna necessarily happen during that session, because a lot of times we're trying to work with the citizens to resolve it. A lot like we do with water shutoffs. There is a huge amount of staff time when we finally get a water shutoff list. For instance, this last week, we had 20 people in the water shutoff list. By the time we got to telling the public works, we could shut people off. We would have it full. That's a huge amount of staff time we work with people. And I will tell you, 3 out of 4 had it resolved. And we even worked with somebody to get it turned back on, so we promised to get that. So we work with them, and so it's the same way with our needs. So there isn't necessarily. Even up to.
So if I'm onboarding this correctly, the whole intent of the court really is to get people on board with doing the right thing, not necessarily punish them. Which is the same with our city hall and water hall. And the same with our police, because during the snow event, there was some shenanigans going on and our police were very responsive. But they didn't, the one event that I know of, they didn't issue a ticket, they just issued a very stern warning. Which is, in my opinion, better than a ticket, because the ticket can increase financial stresses that are difficult. So we have a very balanced approach to trying to get people to do the right thing.
Absolutely. And thank you on that, it goes to all levels. Of so to speak. Whether that be for police, coaches, we spend getting the result. And we want to and it's something to keep in mind as we look at our goals and our 14 people, is that everything that we just talked about isn't necessary. But our concern that huge amount of time is so hard. That's service. Is treating. We'll probably hear from our team members. If they come to me with an issue, how would you want to see your family? That's the numbers. Right. No, so,
And that's ingrained in our employees from entry level all the way up. Cool.
absolutely. And I will tell you to confirm that, we have so many confidence about the person who's at first, not people. They excel at customers. They are so valuable in that role. That people take time and write thank you notes to them. It's like, yes. it is providing them.
Perfect.
City charter, public safety, and I was trying to keep this condensed, so each one of these under public safety are so key, and the reaccreditation process, the officer of the year, passing our CJIS audit, the court justice, protecting confidential information that we gather about the individuals that are involved. Passing that audit is huge for a department our size. Getting our officers certified as death investigators and what that does for service in an event. Being able to bring closure and not prolonging the situation oftentimes for families. That's huge. Enhanced traffic safety and always looking for innovative ways within the number of officers we have into the multiple. Here at machine force multipliers. How can we be in 52 areas at once? To the best of our ability. So each one of those is huge. And it goes into creativity, we try to knowledge. Updating constant news, planning commission, lodging in public, rail corridor cleanup, to require public safety, email, donation policy, parking ordinance. And a lot of those weren't in their goals, but they are related to the governance that one of them they work on. In process, again, continue to work with our partners and developing partnerships. One example is what I put down there, Captain Lombro, the pollinator plants and right of ways. Not only for the goal of the desire to become a pollinator friendly and bee city, but it reduces the amount of work our public works staff doing in readiness. So that's a twofer. Good governance of utilizing resources of the updating city policies as we need to meet legislative requirements, new laws that go into place. Cross training is a big one. We're working with our public works team. I think we are well aware our public works team had a lot of the new employees come on board. Making sure we're getting your certifications, because getting certified and using long terms, just council presidents, but getting certifications and water distribution, water. We don't collect water. We try. But getting each of those certifications, and there's multiple of them, they take years and time. They have to work within the clients before they're even able to apply for the certification. So there's a book component, but there's also a real life. And that takes a lot of time. So making sure we have those certifications every month.
For pretty much everybody is cross certified.
Because most of our staff just hit a year in autumns. And as an assistant public works director, Nathan and Anthony, that leaves you with Jesus and Brian. Okay, so you got 3 out of 5 that just hit a year. And so again, the time and learning is the.
With as much investment as we're spending, all those wonderful people, attention. I don't know if a goal, but at the very minimum, it should be a highly valued aspect, because all this investment, quality, those two together.
Christy will probably tell you that she hears way too often from you, where you process. If we have a question of whether to provide a holiday or not provide a holiday, which we increase our time off, now that we break connection, goals and what we're doing, but if we have an opportunity to increase the ability to have time off or to provide a different benefit, I think we should do it, because they could very easily take their skills and go elsewhere and not have as much to do. They may not make as much, but they may get same insurance benefits and not have the most. Right. And also we're working on, because PD is really good at testing cost. So until they bring somebody else on, they won't need as much emphasis on cost training, because they've been student for so long. But our administration will do more cost training about how we issue bills and how do we handle accounts payable, those types of things. We're doing more of that. Now that we're going to have space, we're actually looking at bring in internship opportunities. For you to fund that staff support in order to provide other needs more dedicated time, because that is the most interrupted area. And it's hard once you're interrupted. I think it's you can imagine how difficult it is to do that work and progress on it. And not make mistakes. But by the way, not make mistakes. Do it right. Yeah. So we're working on that. And we're actually looking at new partnerships with your community colleges and universities in the area to provide students real life opportunities.
Yeah, and along those lines, I was actually just thinking about internships, in terms of how that might be, show up in the staff. But and also through the city manager, through yes, for the state university, it's the program that we have people here in the past that interned here in Carlton, that perhaps
that will be an opportunity to provide some sort of internship to do some projects that take your time that can be done, then you know, sort of taken aside as a single project or something. Yep, and there is a balance to that, and I will say, unfortunately, the internships that been used in the past has decreased morale with city employees. So there's a balance of making sure the interns this time, and I actually try to find intern because intern just starts getting tricky. So, but trying to figure out more productive ways and make sure that it is a productive use of both the intern and use for the city staff. And also balancing that. It costs money sometimes, like, you don't always work for free. And so recognizing that there are programs in which there's gonna be additional wage budget. How do we balance that? And there's always training, so again, balancing the training of a new person.
Professional prospect instead of intern.
Right now, we're looking at the budget. And I hope to add a few positions in the future, but we're not sure.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, you know, because you don't like the word, you don't like the
Oh.
name intern,
Oh.
a professional prospect. And the reason why I say professional prospect is prospect all by itself has that motorcycle gang statement to it. So professional prospect takes it out of that stigma.
Professional.
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear.
No.
Communication is not my,
No, apparently you were clear to everybody but me. So it's my error, not yours.
Well, you were focused in a different direction. Wasn't an error, you were just had a different focus.
Thank you. Other than this one going, I got that. Apparently we know book and.
you can blame it on the neighborhood we live in. Speak the same, whatever.
Two houses apart, I think there's a problem.
You're blaming on that
There's
as the
something
first
we need
street.
to look at.
It's the water down there.
The first street gang.
Yeah.
Okay, financial sustainability, again, huge. And these completed items weren't necessarily your strategic actions and status, but they are huge to the financial sustainability of and responsibility to this community. So you see the projects in process are much larger, even as large as these 3 items. But it's about continuing attendance at the CBA meetings to identify application resources. And this isn't a sustainability one, but I would say it's good governance that I didn't put on. I participate in the fire board meetings, and the mayor also attends to have that community engagement and that resources and that
They think we're spying.
and they actually miss us when we're not there. Economic development and tourism, working on economic development to make sure that we stay at the forefront of the businesses' minds when they want to convert people to come. So continuing to work on those items. Back to staffing, that's also part of, as we grow, some of these hats are gonna have to turn into personnel. We're gonna have to take off the hat and actually put it on one person. So looking at that and being aware of that and how fast we grow and how fast we add staff, because that is probably the number one expense. And it should be, because it's your most important. Emerging technologies so that we can take advantage of technology, when personnel may not be feasible. More partnerships, again, to maximize resources. Rail corridor partnership with Yadkin County, that I saw also on the slides. Service fees, we're gonna have to start the discussion.
about service fees. And we're gonna have to look at it for being able to tackle some of our state requirements and be able to move forward effectively on some of our goals. But I would want to do it, not just for the community, but to be able to show something at the end. So being able to demonstrate at the end of the year, this is what we accomplished. That's. But we are going to have to start talking about it. And
That you mean like water bill, dollar, but sidewalk.
that's the discussion. And right now, the research is going into all the other cities from Corvallis to Salem to other cities with much larger budgets that also recognize in order to accomplish these things. They have capped. And when inflation goes just for our regular services, if our inflation growth was 6% for regular service delivery, we were capped at 3% of our revenue increase, we're at a 3% loss. That's to the citizens and they're asking. That's going to be part of the discussion. And it's going to be a hard discussion, but that's why I'm saying we're just going to have to start it.
This we started with service fee to take sidewalks, and we changed city code where that state citizens responsible to have sidewalks in their house.
We can all be part of the discussion. And I don't want to go down that rabbit hole too much, but you know, we're gonna have to balance that with insurance. And the fact is that we often don't have the ability to control what we do sidewalks. So we have to minimize the risk, you know, the responsibility for sidewalks. Advising cities to switch. For instance, my neighbor has said nothing but using sidewalk to go down. And it was years. But the city has no, you know, they can't put people out there sweeping up and making trees or off, that it's power wash. Maps. So, anyway, not to go down that rabbit hole. And then I'm talking about tourism and how that is a part of that community. How we utilize that and how we utilize those large taxes to support some of the
But while we're having a discussion about fees, I would like everybody. I don't know, I guess I have a perspective of fees. Fees are taxes. Anything that you're collecting from the citizens is essentially a tax, no matter what you call it. Fees, fines, taxes, it's all from our residents. And I think one of our biggest goals should be how to keep as much of the residents' money with the residents and utilize, maximize the money that we do get from them for services, infrastructure that directly benefits them. I know that we've been doing a great job of that. Really want to do that. Fees are basically taxes. Sounds a little nicer, but at the end of the day, it still makes.
It's definitely a challenge, and that's why I want to take the whole year to just start the discussion and have a very thorough discussion. We're not looking at implementing something that's not. It's just starting the discussion with pros and cons. And one of the cons is if we don't, what services do we want? It's a hard discussion, which is why I'm just saying. It's
And I,
It's a hard discussion. So it's gonna be a lot of like pushback and these.
and I appreciate having the time for us to be a person of this. Look at it. That's not all government acts like that, especially at the federal level. They get handed something that 11th hour, we're getting handed something 365 days. Whatever before we make a decision. This is another example. This government putting it out there, this is something that we, that's an issue.
I think that should be a budget issue. I think if we're talking, we have a deficit of whatever, 2, 3, 5%, I think we have to look at the budget. and we Decrease other things before we start looking at increasing and fees or whatever. I think that's part of my, I mean, when we look at community issues, utility rates is our biggest issues, I guess. If we're talking from the report that we got, so we are taking an issue and increasing that issue. I don't like that personally. And so and that's part of the budget, and I think that's a bigger discussion of how can we better change the budget or whatever. We have some control of the budget where we can decrease certain things and improve other areas. So that's not a now discussion.
And that's certainly something that you if there's a lot of those are increasing. And then that's how your goals for the budget, that's given priority. And as policy makers, you decide what's the priority and what services ready.
Is there a way to add, we have, people that go to our federal government and advocate for money and grants for us. Is there any way that we can, and there's been some small talk about doing that at a state level? Would that, getting more funds from the state level help offset this potential fee?
It depends on what the fee necessary is for. Infrastructure, possibly, it's hard to get monies for paving roads, and sidewalks are. So it really depends on lighting. As lighting bills go up, it's incredibly difficult to get money to be able to be considered these items, which is part of the life. It's more for capital projects, so ongoing issues as we services. Cost to providing that service goes on. It's hard to get grant to do that, but there are products that. So because they can. No, nothing's cheap. Everyone in here knows who pays their own bills. Nothing's cheap in a problem.
And I find it a bit concerning that we're talking about inflation being a small little number like 5 or 6%. PGE is having a 19 point whatever increase, and that affects everybody, including them. Asphalt is ridiculously expensive. Insulation looks like it's twice as expensive. So I don't know that our inflation number truly reflects the real massive costs of living haven't gone up since. It is really challenging. Another thing, if we do a fee. I think we should try and sunset. That way, if we get out of our economic predicament of, you know, the inflation and everything else that's going, inflation, supply chain, all these other issues. We have to have a fee, or that fee, having it sunset, I think would be respectful. That way we don't look at this as a forever way of getting money out of our residents.
Yeah, that's definitely part of the discussion. I'm bringing this to you because in the future, because we're currently, and like I said, we're not into this next month, we're not out of that. Stage. I'm looking ahead much into the future is about sustainability of providing our service level. And so because service levels and costs are often tied to pricing and what's going on in the economy, that we need to put up this website unless something's else.
So, you know, if you development here in Carlton, increased populations in Carlton, is that create a situation where it will increase our revenue stream, or does it end up because more services are required, end up being less, or even things in cuts?
Yes. So it does increase our revenue stream, and yes, it increases the number of services we have to provide, and it can sometimes, you know.
I mean, again, it should be a budget topic because as we build more houses, we get more revenue, we get more taxes. So you're talking basis on what right now. I would like to see numbers and actual data before we discuss this. I think we should be about goals and not about whatever we're thinking about increases or just stay on topic on the goals. What should be.
So I want to applaud everything that we've. That's great. I know we've been focusing on this issue at this last few minutes, but you can see from this how much I read and accomplished. And this last year, the last 3 years, how much we've done. I think it's.
It's the potential for beauties, look at all of the huge grant money over the last 100 years that we have received, all these major infrastructure projects, and if we did not receive those large grant dollars, where would we be in terms of trying to fund what has to be done?
We wouldn't, so I am very thankful. We have had so much incredible hard work to get those grants. And that was been a lot of success.
It by no means says we're gonna stop giving grants, as in trying to give grants. Again, this is just about the financial stability of the city.
And even as we look at this, we don't know federally what's coming down the road as far as money that will be available. As what's gonna happen a year from now or 6 years from now for our government. And what that support, hopefully for the people who pay the taxes will be. The support there that we're not seeing that. We're gonna need that.
But yes, we have accomplished quite a bit. So, and this with a banner because it should be a celebration. It's a celebration. Even this one is that we're looking forward to how are we going to. It's not about how are we going to. And not necessarily. This is how are we going to. We've done tremendous progress and tremendous steps to improve the quality of life services. And she said, 50 years of- there's the deficit, 50 years of deficit, neglect, deficit, whatever term you want to use. And growth part, taking the form of mark as lives. So you'll excuse me.
All right, so. Let's wait. To know if Shannon was just coming right back or?
Yeah,
As,
Mark just delivered
Yeah,
our lunch.
and I know people are anxious to eat, so I'm just gonna cover something, real quick. This one. There we go. So what we're gonna be talking about after lunch will be, the goals and, in terms of if there are any changes, any modifications that you think need to be made to the goals or not. And, so I asked all of you that question. And I'll tell you that, oh my goodness. And I'll tell you that, probably about half of you didn't see a need really to make any changes. The other half of you had some suggestions. And, so I just want to give you a teaser for what we're gonna talk about, and you can sort of all over that while you're eating your sandwich. Thinking about next step. So not everything that you told me made it on this list. Some of the things were pretty broad, or were very specific, like, I want more help with my iPad. So those things didn't make the list, but there were a couple of general questions that came up, and I decided I would throw them up here for discussion after lunch. And one is, should we take out all of the ongoing actions? And this, because they're happening anyways, should we take them out? So we'll talk about after lunch, but yeah. And the other general question was, should we remove the routine goals like comp and development compliance, because they would be done anyway. So this is a primer, just a teaser. You're watching the trailer here. Then we have some specific goal revisions. One is combining 1.8 and 1.9, which both relate to Highway 47. So there was thought of maybe doing that. A few of you, more than one person brought up the need to have some more specificity with 3.3 having to do with community engagement. One person brought up their thought that 3.4 really ought to be a short-term goal and not an ongoing goal. And so we'll come back to that. I believe that was the one about counselor training, if I recall correctly. There was a suggestion to remove 4.1, 4.4, because I believe those are both ongoing. There was a proposal to change the goal title, and it should be goal 5. Goal title to financial stability and responsibility. And then we have some conflicting suggestions here. One was to remove 5.1 altogether, which is the one that has to do with the working with the business association. And then there was a proposal to revise the text to add and other non-governmental organizations into the text to be make it a little bit broader. And then finally, there was a proposal to add an action related more directly to fostering and attracting business development under goal 5. So in addition to 5.1. So all that to think about over lunch. And good lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks. Don't know if it's out here or.
We're not being sued.
Oh,
Seriously.
I have to go get the little napkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are having wine.
I hope so. Celebration, I heard.
Hey.
Was running around with a shovel helping for some of the things. And one of the businesses got-
So as we're gonna,
got me a shovel.
we don't have names with people's sandwiches, so we're going to stay with the sandwiches. And we're gonna play who remembers what they ordered. And then, for dessert, we have some counselors who have had birthdays recently, and I will rat you out if you wanna say your birthday. So, but we also wanted to celebrate our accomplishments, and so you will see we have little mini brownie cakes with our little flags of the concert bands there, so. In light of celebration, Amy made the little flags as well. So, she's the creative one today.
Multi-talented.
Multi-talented. All right, so we're gonna start the game of who remembers what they ordered. First one says our pizza, Roman pizza sandwich.
She gave you the list of people.
No, there was no names associated with the surveys, so,
Is there an
Yeah.
email associated with the surveys?
I'm sorry?
Is there an email maybe? Cause we followed. Okay.
No, once you,
Yeah,
once
we-
you completed
yeah,
the survey.
We realized at the end,
Too
that
close.
was our fault, we realized at the end that we forgot to put the name on the survey. So we got
Heard
to.
about that.
I have 2 club sandwiches.
There's 3 actually.
I
Three
thought it
clubs.
was just tied to the email or something, like, oh, we fill out more directly from
Club
an email.
sandwich?
Oh, yeah. No, and then it's the survey. It's fine.
Somebody ordered a BLT, there's 2
I
of
don't remember
them.
what I ordered. I ordered Southwest.
That's the
See,
BLT.
why don't you open that one? Because-
Yeah, looks like there's a bunch of little salads here.
Yeah, everybody gets this. Everybody gets this.
Yeah.
No.
Classic French sandwich.
Somebody had a Southwest BLT.
There we go. Who else had a BLT?
Somebody else had a Southwest
I
BLT.
think I might have a BLT. I had a Southwest one.
Who had a Southwest one?
I did, but,
Yep, she's got hers.
got hers, okay.
And
Salad?
mushroom.
That's probably yours.
That's probably me unless somebody else ordered a mushroom.
So what you've got left? are 3 club
I've got a BLT and 2 clubs.
Done the
I
BLT.
think I got a club.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking I did too.
You got a salad.
I gotta see what is in it.
I think so. I wanna make sure. What did you order? BLT? I don't remember. what I ordered. Just whatever.
Where's that
happened, I'll
pizza?
eat tonight.
That Roman pizza
Maybe
thing.
that.
Oh, the Roman pizza?
and BLT. What did you order?
BLT.
Oh.
Did they send any forks by chance?
Yeah.
There are forks and napkins.
That goes in here.
I think we're good.
Yeah.
No, this is from.
Everybody's got a meal.
Everybody's got food, so we should be good.
I think the Southwest room, you go to this new one, there is-
Napkins, yeah.
There's
That's
a
what
Mondays,
we
I think
can
it's
have.
on. With glasses in the middle, not the- Reports.
Good, how you been? Good.
You're welcome.
Hanging in there. Keep busy. Kind of, I've been chain work, too busy. Well, luckily, I even tried to use them. I've only had to go to,
Drinks.
had to go to Salem once in the
You would
midst
drink
of.
too?
Oh,
Jeez.
yes. So I had to leave the house. 5:30. That's, oh, thank you. I read it myself. So we're okay. And it was in East Salem. So.
A little bit tighter.
Yeah.
So most
But
of
I had to
us
go through-
ordered water, which
Would
it
I-
looks like it's, we're just gonna.
Going through Hopewell.
Oh, yeah, she said the Cokes were in that.
So
Ordered.
Diet.
Diet.
But it's pretty
I got some Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coke, right?
So,
Hi,
I went the long way around. I'm glad I did.
I'm guessing that's that.
Yep.
Much better.
Somebody else with a Coke?
Yeah.
Fran, did you order a Coke?
Probably. I looked at the ODOT map. Yeah, I would prioritize the road there. Wow. That road. Well, yeah. Sure. And it was still. Hey.
we're not getting rain out there, huh?
Okay.
At least it's above freezing.
Wait, driving down there. Ready to work.
I didn't go outside for 2 days. I don't think I even stuck my nose out.
Over on Fourth.
Okay.
Yeah. It was pretty icy out there for a while.
Or,
Yeah, but it works. I'm hoping it will be done, in the midst of everything, our heat
The
pump.
car with its new tires does not like to drive.
Oh, it's so tough to hold down. Oh,
I don't know.
so I had that last time around.
Even the old
On that 15.
I've had all the tires.
You know, them trucks did.
Tires I have on my car now.
So I didn't want to follow all my. Furnace guys, gave them, okay, this. Either like that.
So are you
Yeah,
guys
okay, we got a
impressed
part.
by your own
Come get it.
values of what we've accomplished?
And you could look at it. So it's fine. That's what I'm gonna do. Word out.
Especially with
I
the
changed
resources we
everything.
have?
The guy came out yesterday.
What, you want more resources?
That's great.
Didn't say that.
Hey,
Come on. Just said relative.
actually, no, it is, it is really remarkable. I was sitting there trying to figure out if we, how much of,
Happened, just the cost.
so if we went through, like, how we could get online or use
So.
corner.
Yeah, so you did that. So I'm gonna put a control board on it and we're gonna.
Want to put it right in the list for a mayor's car, by all means.
That's what I can find. I don't. Points and then there go. And put a new fan motor. I told me what it was, they give me the estimate, I got there, it said, if you want to put it in yourself, this is how you do it, and I was like. It looks easy, you know.
That's actually kind of a
Right.
tricky subject because.
Hey,
it'd be really
$800
easy to
for-
have a
Versus
city
So, yeah.
I'd be doing it.
Easy
application
decision.
every year looking.
Yeah.
Looking at
You guys have fun.
where we're at now.
Oh, you're welcome. See you later.
Help.
Yeah.
No, keep it pretty low key. Get too nervous. Yeah, and those not bring their iron face.
That's what spouses are not helpful. His leading comment was, you have people exercising in the park, they're not recreating. That's- You got kicked.
Was that while he was recreating down the footsteps?
Yeah.
I did take a dog down to the street this morning for a little bit.
As long as you're recreated.
Doesn't define it as a park.
Yes, and people walk right by it all the
No, I
time.
was watching, I was looking at the sign as I was driving down. And no sooner did I driven down, here comes somebody in their car. It's like, oh, maybe one side.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
I texted my husband that the parking lot was open and I could see one of his friend's cars. Just, oh, I'll bring the dog down right away. Haven't been to the park for weeks.
I know, well, who wants to do? You didn't want to go down the hill
We couldn't get out of our driveway.
for a week, yeah.
I forget what day it was, but I came out here, come down to the Sea City Hall, I think it was for fire. But. Tough
And there
subject.
you have it.
Yeah. But there was about 10 to 15 kids over on this hill with their sleds.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just, oh, they were having so much
Oh,
fun.
yeah. The tradition.
Now, there was one complaint that came in about the kids were sledding, it was a weekday, and the kids were sledding up here on the hill and they apparently, there were like just 2 or 3 of them, but they were moved off. They were told to leave because they were sledding down the street,
Oh.
which during a weekday is awkward. So I spent, and it happened to be people that I knew and should have known better. So I just put a little thing there, so you know. This is what the street gets used for. And when your kids are on there and the police are trying to scoot up the hill to go to an emergency, it's a problem. I was nice to God.
A lot of kids have been sledding down our, this is a driveway, that's actually Scott Street.
Oh, yeah. That's actually probably a pretty good place.
It's a very, yeah, it's a nice slope.
Until they get down to the bottom, then they just fly off into the field.
In the stop. Then it's-
Oh, so it just
Some of-
slows down
Some
there.
of them went off. Over inches.
Well, what we have in Carlton Crest on 7th Street North
Mhm.
are the ATVs roaring around,
Oh, no.
spinning,
Oh,
wheelies,
no.
roaring, all around the block, roaring.
We were very fortunate this year. We had 2 ATVs. It looked like husband and wife combo. But it was like the slow race. They were just idling through. And it was. We'll take that. Yes.
Well, and at the end of 7th North, that fence is all the way down now. The plastic fence used to be kind of low and the bridge that's down. So one of the ATVs appeared to be a younger person with a mom-looking person on the back, kind of holding on, and he comes roaring up to the fence that's gone. And you could just hear the discussion, should we go out on that field? It was like, oh dear God. I think mom prevailed and they turned around, went roaring back down 7th.
No, at least they were on the pavement.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just didn't have as much traffic on the Cunningham Grant. We usually get. As far as sledding and stuff like that, that's going to. The little girls next door across the street. Looking at their things, that's about it.
I think most people knew about police being down there. Who knows?
Well, you know, people don't
Being a kid,
They don't
think
think.
about it. And I mean, this is one where the mom grew up on that corner. You know, she was, I mean, she grew up there, so she's used to it.
He owns it.
Well, it's not even that, it's just that that's part of the neighborhood.
It's neighborhood tradition.
Yeah, so. you know, they don't even, it's like, the thought doesn't even occur that, oh, wait a minute, we're gonna have.
Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, you just kind of remind them and, oh, yeah, makes sense. Remember, who does it? You had a really good snow. Last real long time. And there were people coming, I mean. This hill was just busy, almost 24/7 with sliders and. And they were actually, a couple of times they did, they brought in. Somebody brought in like a barbecue or a grill. And just started a little fire at, so that the kids could warm their hands.
No hot chocolate.
No, it was, we had barely just moved here, so I didn't know, you know, but yeah, looking out there, I was thinking it'd be kind of fun just to go ahead and get some hot cocoa and stuff. Put it there. But that hill was, I mean, from the street across the hill, this whole hill was.
Yeah, I remember.
Mom and dad must be thinking that controllers to their Xboxes and PlayStations to get them outside.
Well, that would have been, I hate to say it, but it would have been almost 20 years ago. So
Oh,
we
they
didn't
may have,
have a bunch
there
of
wasn't that
those.
many Xboxes
Yeah.
and PlayStations by the time.
It's scary when I say something like, when we first moved here, which I don't think about it, and I, when we first moved here, it was 20 years.
I never came to know. Yeah, well, I first came out here. 1989.
Where'd you move from?
Moved from Beaverton.
Hmm.
And so when I'm talking about pathways that don't have green spaces, it's just this black top thing that's
Mhm.
between two houses. It's just very plain and austere and
But they're actually moved in. So it's
it doesn't feel community-ish. Feels like an element. They're still working on it.
Yeah.
No. Right, yeah.
But we're on the right path. We've had a lot of discussion. It's like, there's gonna be green stuff on both sides. Cool. Well, actually feel community.
Over where you living?
No, it's discussions about greenways in the future.
Mhm.
I've learned all sorts of terminology. Things like greenway. I thought there was just green spaces, but no, there's green spaces, green ways.
Lots of stuff.
You won't go into get lower interest rates.
Thumb drive.
Oh, a real. I thought it was something that was in your sandwich.
Oh, no. Yeah, we'll be asking for a refund.
Uh-huh.
Were they able to? Well, no, I'm just saying, is that part of the process that these sweat equity loans that owners get, you know, available interest rates?
I'm not sure it impacts you. That number is how much.
We got special interest rates through the FDA or whoever was the backer of that loan, or whoever was the facilitator. We did get a slightly better interest rate than others. And then in being a government organization, if you fall into a certain income level, then they defer your interest off of that. And if you sell your house, you have to pay back that interest. I made a little too much to have the interest break, but having the sweat equity in your home is amazing. Right now, I owe $150,000 on my home, and it's a 440 or 420,000 house. So it's incredibly advantageous to take part in those programs if you're eligible.
Maybe about their, how many years? 5 years. How much, went back.
The current.
I think it's really close to what we went through. It's the same organization that helped build the houses that are down on First Street, so.
So the celebration that they were going to have, is that gonna be a, I can't remember now, are they gonna be doing open house?
They're in the very beginning stage of how they're going to have that. So there's not a lot of details. at this
Oh, the rail greenway seems to be keeping up. It's been.
We got one area where they're still dumping a lot of stuff.
Right at the very end, down at the, yeah.
By the mobile home park. Oh,
You
Yeah.
mentioned you're moving, where did you move?
but that's where.
We moved within Portland, we moved south.
Four is
just-
nine, but you got more.
Do you know Portland pretty well?
Pretty well,
10 or 15,
I've been there a few times, yeah.
so we're gonna put.
So, yeah,
One
I
every
mean,
two
we're,
weeks.
we moved south, we're just on the border of Lake
One in
Oswego.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know.
Back to
Yeah,
back.
there's a road called Stevenson.
There's a couple of houses that we
We're at the
know,
top of
we
that
could probably
road.
put it in their yards.
Oh, my
Yeah, I heard the
God.
area is pretty nice, like Vegas.
One particular right there at the gate,
Neighborhood, the schools and stuff, it's pretty good.
mobile home.
Yeah, we like it. We moved to a bigger lot. We were, a smaller lot and we moved to almost a half acre.
Is that the one where the gate is
So it's,
pushed
Yeah,
back?
yeah, it was good.
No,
The
that
house we
goes-
were in was, you know where Gabriel Park is?
That's just over.
Or Multnomah Village?
over property.
Yeah, we used to live over
Down
by Multnomah
further.
Village.
okay.
We're heading south.
And then
Yeah, on the-
so then we
the
moved
east
further
side.
south. So we wanted a house that was one level because we're getting older.
Where you've got that entrance.
So, yeah,
Not having to go upstairs and stuff.
exactly. So we've moved into a one level home now. Yeah,
I like that.
yeah.
Your business
Yeah.
is important, right?
Yeah.
Is that where you're located?
Yeah, our office is in downtown. Just right on the waterfront.
Okay,
And
how far is where you know?
it's a little further now
Yeah,
than it
it's
was.
further.
It's probably, I want to say it's 7 miles.
Stabilized pretty well.
Yeah,
7 miles in Portsmouth.
yeah, that can,
Half an hour.
yeah, right?
Small piles.
One house, no,
So- But I was 5 miles before and with no traffic, hey, get there in 10 minutes.
I love people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Did they put up the no dumping sign that they don't have? Oh. Hmm.
Yeah.
They have a sense of humor.
They shall not even be governed, not even by themselves.
He's an interesting individual.
There are those out there.
You know.
So what?
And some of that was a good.
Freeze?
Oh, I,
I thought you were adjusting the
Get the
slide.
garbage bag.
Yeah. Anybody else on that?
She's actually erasing the evidence.
Wow. That's transparency.
There's a time and place for everything.
Morning, I was leading.
We have some.
This is what. I don't.
They should. I would add. Limited income people. Senior and limited income.
Are we ready to reconvene?
yeah,
Okay. So the first order of business here. Does anybody else have a favorite project that they would like to take here? Just take one more round.
Oh, no.
You took a wild card one. Okay.
It's my birthday. It was my birthday.
I told you I wasn't gonna rat you out, but.
It's hungry. My birthday and my age is going backwards.
I got my.
I had two already.
There's more.
I don't have the Julia.
made a launch in public.
Nice.
Oh, terrible.
All right.
Yeah.
I got kids older.
Okay, now lunch break is over. The next section, topic we're gonna talk about, or topics we're gonna talk about. They can either be short or it can be a long discussion, depending upon how much you want to move things around on the chessboard, so to speak. Okay, so here we go. Do you know how you got it?
How I magically made it work before? Sure. I
have no idea. This is above my pay grade. Yeah.
Technology is amazing.
It is.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, Aggie.
We just, yeah, we'll just zoom right through.
I don't know what I did, but I'm not touching it.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, not in.
Whoops, Shannon, too soon. Whatever you did, do it again. This time I'll try not to flick through the slides so fast. I guess. Oh. There we go. Okay. All right.
Not it.
Okay. Good job, Shannon. Okay, so we're gonna talk about a couple of different things. So one thing we're gonna talk about, as I mentioned right before lunch, we're gonna talk about some of the revisions that you proposed in your interviews. And then we're going, after that, we're gonna talk about the projects that you would like to see on the priority list going forward. So at this point, I want to mention that one person brought up the possibility of making a change to vision statement as part of this process. And there's a couple reasons that we wouldn't necessarily go there today. One is vision statements, no matter how they're crafted, take a long time. Because the shorter the sentence, the shorter the piece, the more discussion there is with regard to each and every word that's in it. The other is if the vision was developed as part of a community input process, then it also impacts the integrity of that process that led to that statement. But I wanted to ask Shannon briefly, just to give us a little background on those two statements before we move forward on where they came from, so we all know that.
So the vision statement, the mission statement came as part of a big community engagement process. From what I could tell you, this year, some reading, actually, remember when it was done, and had this community input. But it was part of a very large community gathering and input of people's feedback. There was a small modification, one word, that was done a couple of years ago, about 4 years ago. It took months of discussion for the one word. It's not really after that. So it is very much has been a community process to get to where we are today for the vision and mission statement. And if you remember, even part of, and obviously it's not part of the vision statement that's in your packet right now, but there was a visioning process with the community for the comp plan. And about what current use takes for their options. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there was part of that, so it's very much a community process. And it has.
I'm sorry, what year was this?
The first part of the community visioning, there were a couple of different pieces that these communities looked like 2020, and then it was previous to that.
Yeah, Ken, right, worked on here.
Yeah. So there's some very big pieces throughout the years it's built upon.
Yeah. Can't remember.
Sightseers.
Sightseers, yes, thank you.
So it was developed with a lot of community input, which lends itself to, if you want to start tweaking that, then you're actually impacting the integrity of how it was developed, if you do it unilaterally. So for that reason, we're not really planning to delve into the vision statement. That's a bigger discussion for you if you decide you want to go that direction. I threw the mission statement in there. Nobody recommended changing the mission statement, but Shannon, do you know any of the history behind that?
Very similar. They went hand in hand. In the discussions.
Okay, so it also had a lot of input.
Lots of between both of those, there was just a couple of years ago, one word that was changed, and it took months. I have to do that.
They would remember.
Prior to that.
Just as they exist today, they've had several pieces between the 90s and 20s and maybe not.
All right, so does anybody have any thoughts about that, or are we okay moving on? Okay. All right, so now we go to the two general questions that I showed you earlier, right before lunch, that were brought up. And one was a suggestion to take out all ongoing actions.
I would say no to that because it's nice to see what we're working on. That way we can stay on.
Council?
Exactly what he was referring to in here.
This is comprehensive to all of the goals.
Well,
So
I
these-
understand that, but the ongoing that we're talking about.
Oh, okay, so if you look at the work plan that Shannon handed out, and you look at in the matrix that she has with the different action items, you have over on the right-hand side a column that says type, And it's OG for ongoing or ST for short term, LT for long term. So the proposal was just to remove all those that have ongoing.
It's important. You think go away from me personally.
Okay. Just,
I would recommend maybe removing things that are not necessarily like they're gonna finish in 5 years or whatever, we have a timeline. But things that will always happen. I don't have like specific examples of that, but like just things that are normal governance, like the CBA attendance meeting, like I guess that's not necessarily a goal, but yeah, it's the 5.1. But I think things are just like they're natural and things that happen, like they will always happen forever. If we're doing what we're supposed to. I don't think they need to be there necessarily, but we could maybe talk on a more individual goal level. I think some ongoings they have an endpoint, but if there is no endpoint, what is the point of having the action? So I remove not all, but some of them that they're always there. All like true.
but what you're suggesting is we just take it goal by goal as opposed to,
Yeah.
this is a unilateral right
Yes.
now, is what we're talking about.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm not hearing anybody say, let's take all the ongoing actions out. Or, and this kind of overlaps a little bit with what you just said, routine actions in terms of things that the city would do anything.
yes.
And I'm not hearing anybody say that. Counselor,
Well, I think about the routine that it is important for the council to keep a list in front of our faces of what we're trying to do in this city. And, you know, we get new counselors coming on board every 2 years. So, I think for those people, it's very helpful to see interactions with the CBA and, oh yeah, that's how the council intertwines with some of these other things. I think we can keep the list.
okay.
It's not that long of a list, especially when it's laminated.
We'll start with council. Laminated list.
I think we don't have a long list now, but I think we wanna keep it simple and concise, like maybe at some point we can increase. I just don't wanna have a bunch of like recurring things. During the list, I think we could be separate from the goals, doesn't have to be the goal for us to remember. I think there's different purposes, there are recurring things that happen all the time, and there's goals that we're trying to set. I think we're trying to commingle those things together. And I prefer separating them. I think it gets confusing when we're like, oh, all these are goals, but these are things that we're actually doing. So should we have just list of things that we're doing? I don't know.
It goes back to, one of the things I was talking about earlier on this morning is that the reason you would put something on there that that the city would normally do is because you want to raise it up in its priority given the situation that you're in. So that, it gets a little higher influence when it comes to budget time, and decision making. All right, anybody else? All right, sounds like these two questions are off the table for the moment. We may come back to them individually. And so I'm gonna run through these and then if there are other changes, we'll do goal by goal. And if there's other changes that either you didn't tell me or I didn't capture them correctly, bring them up on a goal by goal basis, if you would. So, and I'll do a check-in after each one. So the first suggestion was under goal 1, combine actions 1.8 and 1.9, both of them having to do with Highway 47 was the rationale. Does anybody want to make a case for that? Or
Actually, this is a goal word.
So if you go to.
So here are all the actions.
Oh,
Yeah, so we're talking about 1.8.
I'll make a case for it. I think they're both very similar. They go together, and I think the discussion and however it's gonna work for the businesses and residents, it's essentially the same thing. They're not separate from each other. It's not like one is gonna happen without the other. Maybe one is gonna go a different way than the other, but my view is the same thing.
All right. I feel that those, yeah, I feel that those two are connected. They might as well be the same.
In the same action.
I think 1.9 is kind of a subset of 1.8. It's 1.9, it's obviously not gonna pop into the actually project is.
Okay. So, anybody else want to weigh in on this?
Makes sense to me.
Does anybody see a reason not to do that? Okay, so I'm gonna come back to that for wordsmithing. Let's just get through the whole list and then the things we need to wordsmith, we'll circle back on. So, all right, so that one's coming back. I have to get a different marker, sorry. This one ran out of ink on me. What I have here. This one's blue. Okay, so we are gonna talk about combining 1.8 and 1.9. All right, we'll come back to that. Are there any other potential revisions to the action list that you have there in goal 1? Or anything having to do? Okay,
I think, if I may, real quick, I don't know if this is the right time, but kind of talking with the budget and how these goals align with the budget. I know I brought it up last budget cycle. About, we have it listed in there about streets and sidewalks. But I think the budget amount and our street fund is very underfunded. And so I don't know if that's an action item or something that I feel like as we work through the budget, we know a lot of the problems that we're having with potholes and stuff. And we just go back and say, well, we only have a budget. So I don't know if I'm jumping ahead, but that's one thing. When we talk about the goals driving the budget, how we keep track of that, maybe it's during the budget process versus more.
yeah, and I'll turn it to Shannon, but before, what I'd say is, normally that would become a budget question, because these are your aspirations of where you want to go, and then as you look at the budget, it feeds into the decision making on the budget and where you want to put the money, and if you want to put the money consistent with those goals and those actions. So my thought would be that would be part of your budget discussion. I'm gonna turn to Shannon though, see if she has some thoughts.
I would agree. It's also going to be able to this. Streets. Would have something, on. So it's gonna feed into these discussion versus what services.
Okay.
Um,
Mayor?
Maybe I'm not understanding this correctly, but what about the action 1.3? I mean, that to me almost looks like it could go with 1.9.
The city transportation system plan goes back kind of network launches.
I think Highway 47 is gonna deal with our entire transportation system.
This particular one, what are the meeting, this is those sites of vulnerabilities.
It deals with pathways, sidewalks, but it's primarily configured street connection.
I personally, see that updating the transportation system plan is very useful and stuff. That's limited.
So Counselor, Wardwell, you're saying that the TSP standing alone as an action item makes sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Randall?
So 1.4, action 1.4. I think that's something that we do. I don't think it needs to be in the goal. I think that we're gonna be doing that. We need to do that so we can adjust the rates. So I don't see the point of being there.
That one is marked as completed.
Yeah, so it could be completed remote.
Yeah, I think things that are completed, that's a logical idea.
So we're still gonna do it, like, I don't know how often we do those analysis, but we'll do it in the future. So technically not complete forever, but it's something that it's recurring and it's something that's often enough that I don't see the purpose of being in the goals. And the same thing with not the same thing, with 1.6, I feel like it's too general. I would like to have maybe like something more specific, something attainable. Like maybe we want to have an actual like a physical document, something that we have there that's a resource to people with input and everything from the community. But have that attainable goal more than just we're gonna be educating people forever as the goal.
So you would propose revising 1.6?
Yes.
Let's take, you've got two on the table here, let's take them individually. And so the one that you talked about was getting rid of 1.4 because, not getting rid of it, but taking it off of that table because it's complete.
It's completed.
And I think this is a council decision as to how you would like to treat this information. The advantage of keeping it in there is showing your constituencies that that things have been completed. So that's one reason that you would keep it there. You could reformat it, and I don't want to open up Pandora's box, Shannon, but you could reformat it and have a list of completed items separate from the ongoing, which would be a little more effort. Councilor Wardlaw.
These completed items is, there used to have a year, so then it stays on there for a period of time. You go back to it, and maybe after 5 years or something, you can move to another table completed, more easier, completed items in page. But I mean, I think every month, in a year, there would be helpful.
And is that something that's possible? Okay.
Maybe
That might-
yeah, action in 1.4, kind of like Rick was saying, is like having completed so community and citizens can see progress on things is good. But also for things that are hot topics like rates, like utility rates, like if you remove that completely, people don't necessarily see, you can't point to something that says, we didn't just come up with these numbers out of thin air. You know what I mean? Like we completed a water or a wastewater rate study, so I think that's also helpful with that community engagement and involvement. When it comes time for some of the harder topics of rate increases.
So keeping it there makes sense to you in terms of being able to help drum home the message of, yes, we're working on this, we got this done. But perhaps adding the date would be helpful.
Well, and again, after a few years go by, we'll say, maybe we have to do it again.
Just to complicate things, specifically talking about 1.4, we're putting into the budget to do another
water, wastewater rate study that far. To do an analysis, because we're about at the end of where she like really forecasting. So we're working to put that budgets, it's also what we had. We're going to be putting that into the budget, so now we've got, just starting July 1, this is coming back up.
We're back to working on it.
And
Yeah.
so that's what they're good news about. Should just stay there because it is always a work in progress.
You could even edit like with the date of completed in 2020, whenever it was, and then update in 2025.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So this would be a completed on such and such date, but ongoing because it's still on focus. And
Or is it-
Water is still an issue.
Or Shannon, is it short term because you're gonna do another round, but then is that the end of it for
So-
foreseeable future or?
The reason we made this short term, and this was when we did this study, is we did it for wastewater specifically rather than utility. We never required that it was a utility that study. And that's what is ongoing. So we did it because council will see a bunch of ongoing. We did something that was more short-term and attainable to be completed. So we changed it to conduct wastewater rate study and recommended rate adjustments, which we did. We put it into the budget. Now we're gonna look at utility rates again. Kind of flurries.
Workplace fund.
I will also tell you, I do try as people that be a little eliminated. So the more we put in those lines, the bigger the charts get, the less easy it is for me to make a 2-page document.
Yeah, I want to overcomplicate this.
So, if I put completed and we do like June 30th of whatever year this was completed, and then we restarted and I have another completion date, bigger the lines are gonna get.
So since we're
I know that's not
working,
related to goal setting, it's just a practicality.
yeah, and since we're working on, 23-24 shows 1.4 is complete. Now we're gonna have a goals of 24 to 25. Is it fair to make 1.4 read what you've just stated? That we will be, looking at our utility rates. And it's a goal, we gotta work on this thing for that year of our goals, 24 to 25.
Certainly can, and it's probably mesh. Are you going to keep completed goals on this list so you can show what's been done? And again, that lengthens the table.
Yeah, I
If
would
you
take,
completed
I would
item,
take
then-
it off, there's a 23-24 set that shows it's completed, that's a document that's in our records. And we're creating a new document that's gonna be titled 24-25, and it will have a different goal statement down here for what we're trying to do. With utility rates.
So you're suggesting change the text in 1.4 to reflect what Shannon was
Yes.
just saying.
That's one of those, yeah, that's what council wants to do.
Okay, why don't we head that direction if that's all right with council? I would also see this, I mean, we're getting into a lot of sort of semantics here in terms of how things are presented and so forth. What I would like to offer up to you is, think about it, is it a problem now? Is it causing you to, is it causing you to not be able to effectively move your actions forward? Because you've had this huge year of success and it's worked well for you. And we can deal with formatting and so forth all day. Is it going to incrementally increase your abilities to respond to all of these goals going forward? I think that's a lens you might want to put on this as we go through the suggestions here. Does that sound fair, folks? Yep. Okay, so, but what I will put down is that we want to revise 1.4. So the next one I won't be tripping, right?
Nope, plenty of room.
I'm in a recreation.
Okay, so there's 1.4. The other item I had down here, Councilor Brando brought up was 1.6. And Councilor, your feeling was this was too vague? Is
To
that-
general,
Too general.
I think we each have and then go there. Just ongoing.
Councilor Thompson Riser?
I would counter with educating the public is an ongoing, never-ending subject. Every year we have new families, new people getting married and having kids, never thought about emergency. So I think it is the job of our city.
And it is pretty open. But judging from what I've seen in other communities when emergency stuff has happened, the more prepared the individuals are, the more resilient the city is as a whole. You cannot get everybody to be 100% prepared, but even if everybody's 20% and above.
Would you put, implement a plan to regularly promote education training?
So
So you're adding, to make it very specific, to make it clear that this is something that we want to be doing.
Once a month training. What is regular?
Are we
Well-
updating this plan all the time?
We have that choice. I mean, it could be every 6 months, it could be once a year. Could be every day.
This plan has already been developed, right?
Carlton has an emergency plan.
So we
That is
don't
a
need to
hard copy.
develop, it's already developed.
Yeah.
So it was
Get rid of
developed,
developed,
yeah.
and it's already been implemented.
This goal is to keep it in front of our citizens. To tell them, particularly at the fun events, take a moment and think about these kids you're having fun with. How do you provide for them when you don't have electricity? How do you provide for them if there's a big earthquake?
So
This
pretty
is,
much,
this is a revolving,
Ongoing, and I think it should be,
ongoing educational
yeah,
program. that
I think
we
it should
need.
be in every city's document.
Yeah, so-
Ongoing is another good word to use.
Because it's already developed and it's already implemented, but we just have to have an ongoing, like say, monthly, 3 times a year, 6 months or whatever, to keep it. Just to keep the community educated.
Yeah, that's the type of goal it is, It's an ongoing goal and it's always in progress.
So could you take out the first 5 years develop and implement? Because you just start out from the educate training.
I just want to be more specific. Are we providing education training three times, like Glenn said, like, is there like a specific goal or is it just general? You can educate, let's keep people informed. I'm all for having things be more specific. General, leaving this open-ended goal here.
And
Yeah,
more
so
specific, like what kind of public safety, different, CPR safety or fire, or, I mean, spell them out individually.
Counselors, if I may, one of the things that we were talking about before is the idea that if you get too specific, you potentially tie the hands of staff. And at some point, you have to trust staff to take the intent of what you're trying to achieve here and execute it. And have them come back to you and say, this is how we plan to execute this. And is this okay? And so the accountability that staff has to implement this is to come back to you and to do that. So the more specific you get, the more difficult it's going to be for staff to be flexible in implementing it. Counselor, yes.
just some input. When we're talking about public safety activities and emergency planning, this is so opening and, you could say public safety, maybe teaching people about, different modes of abuse in domestic situations or in other situations. That could be a public safety item. So we're really not constraining ourselves by just listing out specific items. It's left so open that it could be, you could either teach people about abuse, or you can teach people about first aid or natural disasters or emergency preparedness. You really can cover all the subjects based on what the city needs or what might be important to the residents at Eagle.
So council, your point is that with the language, maybe a tweak here or there, but without getting more specific, works for you.
It does, it may be something that maybe we want to add. We may want to start having a couple of these events a year, educational events a year, instead of, it just says promote, educate, train, but it doesn't say how often the frequency is.
Well, we did it twice a year last year. I think that, again, our staff and our counselors and our involvement of our citizens, we don't want to legislate that. We don't want to put down once a month, once every week, stuff like that.
No, but maybe kind of have a nice soft starting point of attempting at least a minimum of 2 a year. That way it leaves it open, but it sets us a goal of attempting to at least get 2 a year.
You just leave
We
that.
ended up doing last year. We did it,
They did it Sundays and they didn't do that.
yeah, and we did business safety, which nobody was part of it, so we had the officers.
The counselors on the line.
And then there was another one where we had minimum amount of people, but then another 8 hours.
I think we want to keep this open-ended, and again, staff has been very creative on trying to think of ways to engage the people, and it's very, very difficult. And I think, you know, what we're talking about is putting more constraints on a site. Thou shalt have 2 meetings that are regular or something like that. A constraint.
And that's where we've been flexible with it now. Absolutely, basically, for emergency population, this newsletter,
Yeah.
the police puts in, this thing is going on, and it tags the cars or whatever, are you aware of this? It's not being created.
What I would like to see is some type of measure. If we are not getting anyone, if we have a meeting and we get one person, is it wise to keep this as a goal, we having such a low turnout, and we need to change our approach, whatever it is, but it needs to be measured without having some type of measurement, just having this general, like we're just saying we are successful, but when one person attend, that's not success to me. So I think that's what keep leaving this thing as such an open-ended general thing leaves us for maybe not very successful training because we are not measuring.
Maybe a bit of pre-measurement before we go on these missions to educate people is ask how many people would show up if we actually held this. I don't know how to get that response from our residents or our community members, such as businesses on business safety, but it would be wise of us to spend our resources wisely and target things that our community members can respond to.
So, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from those of you who have spoken so far in terms of you definitely want to see an effective program that's getting out. And, you know, as Shannon has pointed out, there've been some efforts and some that have not been as fruitful. And so maybe that's, you know, a reason to kind of go back, take a look at it, take a different approach. For that approach to be prescriptive at this stage, again, doesn't allow staff to be able to kind of assess, okay, why didn't that work? Let's try and figure out how it will work. With regard to metrics, that's where the staff implementation side come in, because if we get into metrics, I will say that then you've got a precedent that you're setting for all these other actions, and we'll be going into tomorrow for our discussion. So what I would suggest is that when staff comes back to you with a plan, and you're asking staff, you know, how do we know this is going to work? How do we know what the metrics are? That's the stage in which you would look at metrics, is responding to what staff is proposing to do. Yes.
One of the things I would say with the two, safety emergency preparedness topics that we're discussing here, I think is, at least to me, unless I missed something along the way, which is always possible, when you were doing the safety preparedness, the emergency preparedness, this was two community members who set up at a community event and brought the information to the citizens. So, you know, like I said, we did fun days and big fun days and National Night Out. So you had two people that were community members that folks had come up and talked to, and there was some pretty good response to that. When we did the police department, that was done in a situation where it was a special event. I know they got a lot of information out for it, but it was kind of a special event over here where we were requiring the community to come to the police department, or come to the event, I should say. I think that makes a difference in what kind of responses you're gonna get.
Mayor, how would that relate to any language changes here?
It wouldn't, I don't think it would. Well, maybe it will.
So, I'm just trying to keep us on course
Yeah.
of resolving whether or not you're gonna change any language in this, or,
Well, I thought that was a discussion, how to choose. the
Well,
language.
yeah, so that's why I was
Yeah,
asking, you
so
know,
that's,
then how does that relate to the language here?
Well, then what you said, whether the city does have a plan implemented right now to educate the community. Let's go back to getting rid of develop and implement plan. We've already done. Scratch that off.
Just start with promote?
I think we
All
should
right.
start.
Plan, right? We've
Okay.
already done that.
Okay, we've got some traction,
And
Councilor
then it
Harrison.
just, that does make sense that it was community members that put on the safety presentation at fun days. It wasn't the city. Right?
It was me, myself, and I couldn't do it as a private citizen, because Carlton Fun Day might charge me a booth fee. So then I had to sit at the city desk and be a representative of the city.
So then it was the city.
There, I got it off my chest finally.
Well, that's why I'm asking it. So it was the city that did that.
As a form of the city council.
Yeah,
City
okay.
desk.
Well, thank you. I didn't realize. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So like what you said, we make them or not make them, but ask them to say, come to the Legion Hall. That's a special night out of everybody's busy schedule. less people are gonna show up than they do if they're gonna come to a fun day on a Saturday or a Sunday, where you've got hundreds and hundreds of people walking around.
So if I could go to what you're recommending here, striking the language of until appointment promote, start with promote. Council Hill agreed that would be a good idea. Council Ward Mullen, Mayor, I had nod. Council Skipper, City Council Iser, Council Randall, are you okay with that? And I know you were looking for something quite different.
Yeah, a minority, yes.
You can measure the promoting.
I would remove, that'll be my, this, we're going with the consensus.
Okay, what I would encourage, Councilor Brandau, is that you talk with Shannon about some of your concerns about the direction that's going, so that the staff can, try and work with that, so. Okay. All right, so, that was. Okay, that's the last one. We're coming back to a couple of these, but, we have the one change and then, we'll rephrase a couple of these in just a second. I want to see if we can, hammer through the rest of these. On goal 2, nobody had any recommendations for changes. Everybody seemed to be good with the actions that were written in goal 2, in the matrix. Okay, I'm running with it, going, gone. All right, we're on to goal 3. More than one person brought up with me that they would like to have more specificity to 3.3. So 3.3, which is the community engagement. Get to the right page here. Develop approaches to promote community involvement in city decision. Can somebody speak to what sort of specificity they would like to see, if any, in that action?
I think we're going down the same hole, the same route.
I mean, to me, these are, sort of topic heavens. I think anything that sort of comes out of that action 3.3 should be in separate documentation that's sort of ongoing, but where we, like we're discussing something at our council meeting and it references action, goal 3, action 3.3. I mean, it can't be, in my mind, it shouldn't be in this document. This document is more 30,000 foot view.
It's a policy
As
level.
opposed to in the weeds. Yeah.
No, okay. All right, I had a couple of people bring it up, if anybody wants to talk more about that. I'm not gonna call you out.
Yeah, I think
help.
that's the same issue. I don't wanna be the one trying to get down those, but it's the same issue. It's general ongoing things that should happen in the city, so I don't see the point of, but that's like my opinion, the whole things. I want more things that could be measured, not things that just general, like we're gonna develop things through the year, that's just happen. I think that's just a different approach.
Should it just start with the word promote, like we did to the other one?
I think this is Shannon and the mayor and I had a meeting and we were talking about it. It's difficult, you know what I mean? We were talking about the new civic center in hopes that maybe people will start coming to council meetings. We were joking around talking about handing out more prizes or, whatever it is. I think that's kind of what this action item was going for, is the frustration with lack of citizen involvement, that's goal 3, it's citizen involvement, so. I don't think that, to be blunt, I don't think that there's any specific, I guess you got it. That we could add, because we're all in the same boat of like, what can we do, but short of handing out money to come to a council meeting?
I
you
was
know what
just
mean?
gonna
Like-
say, give them a discount on their water bill if they struck a council meeting.
You would have a full council meeting My
So-
goodness.
You would.
That's why I think this may be a little more specific. I understand, like, we wanna have general policies, guidelines, so that staff can go and find things that can help us fulfill those goals, but if we are not a little more specific, maybe they won't be fulfilled, they'll be forever ongoing, and that's not what I want to see. Forever ongoing goals that never get fulfilled, because there is no end goal. So,
So how do we make change that? How do we?
that's the big question, and that's why we're here.
Yeah.
So, and Council Erickson, stole my line.
Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine, I like it. So how would you change that to make it specific in a way that works for you?
So I guess just throwing an idea out there is maybe having youth involvement, because education is it's a big thing with how people approach politics and get involved in their community, so. If we can involve the youth in some way, or education, or get some, whatever, like teenager. Not counselor, but something, I think that could be an approach, but that's just an idea, I think some. Like having, like maybe the goal could be, we add someone to the council that's not necessarily a counselor. That could help with the city council, or at least having
Like-
some input.
Are you talking about like a youth counselor, or are you talking about?
Yeah,
something else?
something that nature, yeah.
We've got a youth planning coordinator. Still not full.
Okay, so for you, it sounds like what's missing here, may relate to you. It relates to you too.
I'm not sure what's the question.
Well, when I asked you, what's missing in that statement that you would add? You talked about adding youth, the
Yeah.
education component, maybe even talking about a youth counselor.
Yeah, that's just an idea, but it's something. Yeah, at least we have some direction, even if it's a general direction, I think. Having something there is better than the general ongoing goal here.
Yeah.
It's completed, you can do when you have to do the final. report, you can put it in the position. And it's unfortunate.
I think that's fine.
That's completed.
So is that supposed to be a person that is a youth person?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been an open.
It's a student that's supposed
Student
to,
position.
Has it been done, say like, I understand what you're saying, that involves you, so do we have somehow reach out to YC High School to let all the kids know that, hey, this is, you did, completed, okay. Sorry, I didn't do that.
So that is a win from the school district to provide credits to students for involving themselves in this type of activity.
I would suggest, because there is a government class. That if somebody was to into that youth program, we work somehow with the school that they either get extra credit in their government class or a credit or something for the school. I don't know.
Is this actually
So-
something that it would be better to have a council there or one of us going in and doing the presentation and doing the information? Because it might be a little bit more effective with the elected official rather than.
So, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Bill. I think that, the ideas that you're putting forward are definitely on the education side of this. And probably less so what we want to include in here. So I'd like to kind of redirect the conversation here. Given what Counselor Brando said about youth. Having some component of youth in here for more specificity, is there? Do you feel that develop approaches to promote community involvement and city decision-making is exclusive of the exclusion?
No, but in 3.4, you, after members and before the period, you can add to include youth.
At the end.
Got that?
All right, so Council Brando, that sounds like a way to get at exactly what you're talking about. Just doing it in 3.4 instead of 3.3.
It seems to fit as a friendly suggestion.
Shannon.
I just wanted to add that the staff did not take that as exclusionary. In fact, we have been reaching out to the school and we were just coming up with new ideas and opportunities. And it may not be a youth counselor, although we've talked about that, or a youth planning commissioner, but involving school and whatever. So staff did not take this as exclusionary. We took this as opportunity.
Does anybody, any objection to, the recommendation is made to say on 3.4, including youth at the end?
I mean, this,
Okay, that's,
I agree with Shannon that just volunteer, if the community would include youth, but we want to be specific, I guess, there's no harm.
anyone else want to? Anyone else have any concerns about doing that? We just add that on, including youth?
I think a lot of times, especially when you're talking about governance. People think in terms of adults, and I don't necessarily think.
So
It's probably a good thing.
All right, I'm not hearing any objection. And I think I got at Councilor Brando's concern there that he was raising at 3.3. So, okay, great. So let's keep going. Well, speaking of 3.4, changing 3.4 to a short-term goal instead of ongoing. I don't know if anybody wants to speak to that.
You know, it's more ongoing because it's educating, people is. Like, you can never have education.
I don't see it as a short-term goal, I see it as ongoing.
Okay.
Something you come up with on 3.3.
No,
Leave it alone.
we left it alone. We got at the youth recommendation by putting it in 3.4 at the end, saying including youth. So, okay, so I'm not hearing anything on 3.4. It was just a failure in the interview and there's no traction. We can go on. All right. Anything else on goal 3? There doesn't need to be, but anything else on goal? All right. Are folks feeling okay with the way we're going through this right now? All right. So goal 4, there was a recommendation to remove 4.1 and 4.4. 4.1 being identify and promote education and training opportunities for city council advisory boards, commissions, and staff. And action 4.4, investigate opportunities to coordinate with regional partners to provide mutually beneficial community facilities. Both of these were ongoing, and I believe that's the reason that the person who brought this up was suggesting that they be removed because they're ongoing. So does anybody want to make a case for this?
I make the case for 4.1 that should always be as a goal, because otherwise it would be forgotten. As a counselor, you know, that's very important to me that we address this and what possible development, training, whatever is available for us. Just right now, for purposes of discussing, just leaving it to that, but I really would suggest we do not complete.
If
I just like to remind us all that we have long-term goals, short-term goals, and ongoing goals. That is a category, so Just the fact that they're marked ongoing, I don't think is a reason to remove them.
Counselor Hill?
I think that having them here is important. But if we remove them, it needs to be put into a policy that carries it forward. So if we remove it from here, I would want to see it in the city policy book, so that it carries us forward.
You don't want to lose it,
Yeah.
just like Counselor Ward Mullen was mentioning. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's important.
I'm not sure I quite understand what that really is. Can you speak to that one?
And to understand
It's
what
more
your
spe-
council goal was.
Yeah, like more specifically, I'm not quite sure I'm understanding. what's
Investigate.
meant by change.
So, this was a goal that was established in February 2021 by the council. So I'm not sure if I can clarify what the council meant that period of time.
I think it's what we're doing. I think it's, if you look back at the packets, I'm sure 4.4 was listed when we are having discussions with Water and Light, when we're having discussions with City of Hillsborough, when we're having discussions with YCPC, whoever it may be. I think that's what it's saying, is mutually beneficial community facilities.
That's how I took it, but again,
Yeah.
what council meant when they made it,
From plain fields to water supplies.
Yeah, I
So that's exactly the way that I interpreted this too, is to, for the resources that we need for our community may lack that resource of water. If we can get water from Hillsborough or Midvale, those are our regional partners.
Counselor Ward Mullen?
Yeah, I think the word I was struggling with here to understand it, when I go back and just read that sentence, is the word facilities. You know? So it's,
I don't remember what the council discussion about facilities. had talked about.
I think it was gonna be hard to pinpoint a word that captures everything,
Right.
because a facility could mean the new civic center. I mean, because that was on topics in 2021. What's that?
how about instead of
Resources
facilities?
is fine, yeah.
When I think of facility, I think of physical place, building, whatever, and but whereas, yeah, the resources is sort of cover everything. in my mind.
Or would you want to do instead beneficial communities? Beneficial community facilities and resources. That way it leaves them open. Or. So I'm not the. that's what I'm
Okay.
saying.
All right,
I'm
so
contributing.
let's roll with that for a second. Counselor Hill, thank you for giving us some language to work with. So what do you think about that? Particularly you, like Counselor Ward Mullen, does that bring some clarity for you on that?
I mean, to me, the word resources covers, you know, sort of this more all-encompassing. It seems a bit redundant to have both words.
Uh-huh.
Well, facility would also be a resource too. So resource would cover everything.
So community resources. is what-
Because when I think of facilities, that's just me, I think of a physical place,
A building.
okay, facility.
Yeah.
I think of resources, I think of, you know, broadly and into include.
Well, we're thankful that Shannon interpreted it right.
All right, let me just do a check with y'all about 4.4, changing facilities to resources. Counselor Erickson, are you good with that? Resources, yeah. Counselor Skipper, Counselor Ward Mullen. Mayor? Counselor Hill, Counselor Martin Thomas, Counselor Mandel.
I think this should just be normal operating things. I don't think should get action. So that was probably me in 4.1, 4.4, I think. but-
Like I said, I was gonna say who probably.
Yeah, we probably know everything in the city. No, it's all me, guys.
We need at least one trouble.
I don't like what's ongoing. I think we need, I think it needs to be more specific.
We have
Whatever.
ongoing goals.
But
going forever goals that never
Yes.
get fulfilled,
That's
so,
the nature of government in cities.
yeah, that's why most cities don't work.
Hey, Counselor Brando, without, please understand, I'm not trying to twist your arm, but are you okay with moving ahead with the proposal that the rest of the council?
Yeah, I'm not gonna fight everything. I'll
Okay.
choose my battles.
Okay. All right, so that means, substitute resources for facilities. For planning. Okay. Now I just need to close the loop as a facilitator. I always want to, tie the knot. There's no more recommendation to remove 4.1, 4.4 now. It's off the table. Okay, excellent. All right, so anything else on 4? Okay. Mayor's going, no. Goal 5. So we had some recommendations here. The first one actually had to do with the title of the goal. And the title currently, I believe, says financial sustainability. And the recommendation was to change the title to financial stability and responsibility. If I remember correctly. I won't call you out, but.
That was not me. Just so everyone's aware.
That was me. Sorry. I like the word responsibility because I really feel that we need to be responsible to our community members that do pay so much in taxes, fees and everything else to us. We need to keep it first thing on our minds, and we've done a good job, but I want to keep it there. We need to be responsible, mind that our citizens, residents, community members have put forward to us and trusted us to use.
Shannon?
I have a suggestion. Sustainability to me is inclusive of stable and responsible use. And looking at definition, it's the ability to maintain and support a process continuously over time. So if it's not stable and it's not responsible, you can't support a financial process over time. Would you consider possibly adding into the language in the little paragraph
Yeah,
below of continuing to enhance the, bear with me, I just did this in my head, so let's see if I can repeat it. Continue to enhance the physical character of Carlton through responsible policies and programs that foster an attractive, stable environment for businesses, organizations, and residents to continue meeting the public service expectations.
Absolutely.
Can you, Shannon, I'm sorry.
I don't know if I can.
I'm trying to keep up here. No, I'm just gonna write it down here real quick.
Yes, let's see,
Responsible is through policies.
responsible,
Oh,
so
through
through
responsible. Okay,
to foster an attractive, stable environment for businesses, organization.
and stable. Is that what you said?
Attractive, stable, or I guess it could be and.
Attractive,
Attractive doesn't mean stable.
yeah,
And stable.
attractive and
Yeah.
stable environment for businesses, organizations and residents. Okay, so we're adding 2 words potentially here to the statement. We're gonna add the word responsible after through, so character of Carlton through responsible policies and programs that foster an attractive and stable environment for businesses, from there.
I agree with that modification.
All right. Not writing this whole thing out. We wanna. Tab. On scale. Okay, so check in. Everybody okay with this change? Councilman Zandel, Councilman Thomas Riser. Mayor. Any head nods? Let the record show. Okay. All right. So let's go to 5.1. So 5.1, I got, as I pointed out before lunch, some conflicting suggestions. One was just to totally remove 5.1. The other was to revise it, and I took the liberty of actually putting the wording in this particular case, but it was to add non-governmental organizations into that action. And so investigate potential strategies and work with Carlton Business Association and other non-governmental organizations to attract businesses to Carlton. So, first of all, let's deal with eliminating 5.1, because if you eliminate it, then that other suggestion goes away. Anybody want to make a case?
Make a case if you don't eliminate it, or you might wanna make that suggested change and have that.
Okay, well, I'm not,
It's a little-
so just checking to make sure it's still there before we talk
Yeah.
about the wording.
I would like to keep it there and then modify it.
Okay, I'm not getting any traction on the removal. Okay, so far, everybody has been amenable to the idea of adding and other non-governmental organizations.
Yeah.
Okay,
And the reason behind that is of course, we want to work with the CBA because it's Carlton business. But if there's other non-governmental agents, non-governmental organizations out there wanting to get involved, we don't want the verbiage or the wording to make it seem like it's exclusive. We want it to be. We want Carlton and the CBA involved, but we also want everybody else that has good stuff to bring to the table.
okay. All right, and then there was a recommendation to add another action. This one is to add an action related to fostering and attracting business development. In addition to 5.1, not exclusive 5.1. So anybody want to make a case for that? Okay, Mayor thinks it covers it. What about the rest of you?
Can we add the word development into 5.1 somewhere? Where it would make sense?
To attract and develop businesses.
Attract businesses and development?
Development's too broad.
Too broad, okay. Any other suggestions for incorporating development or? Anybody not want to incorporate development?
Well, the only way that we would necessarily do that would be to attract business development to Carlton. So I think 5.1 in spirit covers that addition to 5.1.
what if we, this is another idea, on the new version of 5.1, to attract business development. Is that, then is that inherent of attracting businesses?
I think attracting businesses and attracting business development is the same concept.
Right. So.
Yeah.
So that does resonate with you, what I just suggested.
Yes, I think it would be just a change of words, but it's not gonna shift what we're trying to do.
And that would alleviate the need for adding another action.
Like when we say attract business to Carlton, we're saying attract people to come and eat at the restaurant, or are we talking new business to Carlton? Or are
Employers,
we talking both? Is just kind of vague, I guess, say attract business to Carlton, you're attracting visitors to Carlton, and you're also promoting business development to Carlton.
I'm thinking more, this is, I mean, when I look at that, I think it's about, as opposed to encouraging tourism there.
so we're looking for employers, that statements rather than customers.
I'm just wondering on this one, if it's important to sort of specifically name Carlton Business Association as, you know, maybe it is, but if we do, maybe say, work with non-governmental organizations and then, you know, such as Carlton Business Association, because there's, I think there'll be others. Yeah, although there is an importance to see because
And that's the reason why I left with this suggestion. I was leaving the CBA up there. Because I feel that they're an important member in the community, but I was also recognizing that we may accidentally be excluding people by not having other non-governmental organizations.
Wouldn't just be like 4.4, coordinate with regional partners, provide beneficial community, and you change something, but essentially the same thing, I think we're just for both for if we're adding other things, I think I wanted to remove 5.1, but I think we kept business association because he has something to do for financial sustainability, like they're bringing more visitors to Carlton and in a way bringing more money to Carlton. I mean, that's why 5.1 is there. But yeah, and that's another thing, is like, I think this is just a common thing. We should be working with the business association of the town, like why is it even a matter of if we need to put in actions?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. Let's break this down. Let's start with the CBA. Does the CBA need to be part of the state? Let's just start. I say yes, you say no.
necessarily set the same, I mean, I, because they are very local here, but there are other agencies that are, this is important, I mean, maybe somewhere here we should say local and regional, non-governmental organizations.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep you on question here for a moment, then we're gonna come back and we're gonna try and massage it a little bit. So, do you think CBA needs to be included in the statement somewhere?
I must.
But-
No, it seems like when we did that, I don't even. We might have been trying to build some bridges with the CBA.
And for rent,
Letty,
is it the Carlton Business Association's mission to attract businesses to Carlton? Is it their mission to attract businesses to Carlton? So really they're about us on the website now. Is that their mission? I know whether or not.
Is that what they said?
It says it's an association organized to promote the economic vitality of the greater Carlton business community. So it's the economic vitality of the businesses here, supportive of that.
businesses here. Not necessarily to attract. new.
They do provide support for people that, new people that come and sort of give us, or give them. The runaround of how it operates in the business there.
I'd actually like to know what that is, because I don't think all the businesses are in.
No, it's, you have to pay, I'm a member of the Carlton Business Association. You do have to pay a fee, so it doesn't include all the businesses, probably.
Yeah.
It's just the ones that pay.
Yeah.
And they promote, in a way, they're promoting themselves, they're promoting the business they are in the association, so they don't really care about the other business in Carlton that are not paying for the membership.
So they don't go out.
All right, so
No, they do not listen to, as of
Time out,
now.
folks. Time out. I'm gonna try and break this down in pieces still. And so, you know, Shannon's very astute question about, you know, first of all, is that their role, and which would feed into, do you want to have CBA in the state? So for clarity purposes, does it include attracting businesses, their mission?
No.
I'm gonna modify my reply to you. I'm gonna say, no, we don't need them. Non-governmental organizations should be fine and good enough.
Okay, so you're gonna step down from CBA needs to be
Yeah.
in there. Does anybody, okay, so Shannon, yes,
Try something?
sure, please.
Stage slow right now.
Yeah, I
Are
better.
you ready?
Yeah, no.
Investigate potential strategies to attract businesses and promote economic development.
Good enough.
Okay. So it's investigate strategies. Sorry, my pen didn't come out fast enough.
To attract businesses
Attract businesses,
and promote economic development. I like to attract businesses because it's part of economic development, but everybody's been really focused on finding business, and so I love that.
okay.
No, yeah.
Investigate strategies to attract businesses and promote economic development. I'm bringing in an assistant next time. In Carlson. Okay. Did everybody catch that? I'm gonna write it down, but did everybody catch that?
Yes.
All right, does everybody feel comfortable? Head nod, head nod, head nod. Head nod, head nod, head nod. Head record reflect, all heads nodded. In favor? Okay, so 5.1. Like this. Read. That's the read. Please. I'm gonna do shorthand. To attract businesses. And promote. It's just shortened up, spell it all out later, but we've got that there.
Mine, you know, is
Yeah. Okay, so we solved the last topic that was brought up. Before we circle back to the two that we said we wanted to wordsmith a little bit. Any other actions you want to tackle?
Yes.
Okay, oh. Counselor.
I don't know if it should be on 5 or not, but I know that one of the biggest community issue was the utilities. It seems like we all agree on that. And we don't really have an action to act on that, to address the utilities and the cost, and I don't know if it's a possibility to offset the cost in a way, in some way. I know Maconville, they offset their costs with their whatever they get there, their trees or things like that. I don't know if there's a possibility for Carlton to have something that could offset, but I'd like to see that in
To
some
offset
sort of
the-
action.
To offset the cost.
Yes, of utilities, because it's the biggest, I've heard for years since I lived here, is the utility cost a lot. I know, we know based on the research that we've done that it's an actual thing that because we're doing maintenance and everything, but I understand all of that, but I would like to investigate if there's opportunities for us to offset the costs through an action. And my other one, financial sustainability, is to have better opportunities to make decisions on the budget. As it stands with the budget, we usually we accept everything as it is with the budget. I would like to see decisions being made in the budget where we are deciding to spend more on this or less on that, but I would like to see that data, and if we have a deficit, like we can make decisions where we can allocate, or even if we have extra money. So I think that sort of fits into goal 5, but.
All right, let's break down. Start with the first suggestion, which is finding ways to offset the impact on utility rates. My question that I'm gonna toss out to the group as a whole is when you look at 1.1 and implementing the 5-year replacement plan. And a number of those other actions that follow there, is that something that would be inherent in discussions as you're implementing this?
It hasn't been.
I think it would fit underneath the 1 point. Because that seems to be.
1.4 had the rate of that discussion, and we're gonna update that to what's coming up.
It's usually for up adjustments, it's never about reducing. Which makes sense, but I would like to make a note there that we want to,
Consider reductions
yes,
for planting the
if there
trees.
is any possibilities to consider reductions.
Well, this kind of falls in line with what if the city had solar thing somewhere that possibly offset. Yeah. So that, I think that falls well within his discussion point.
Goal to research this.
I think it would be a very healthy goal to research how to rate reduction or just get it to stop going up as fast as it's ridiculous, so. And it makes livability in Carlton.
It just feels weird to not address it because I think when it's a community issue, I don't think people are worried about the rate being adjusted up. I think people are talking about having that rate go down, and if we don't in some way address that in our goals, was a little off,
Yeah, acknowledge it.
yes.
I think it fits well within the community, because whether you're a business person or you're a resident, the rates affect you a lot. So I know when you're paying $200 a month for water at a house, that's huge, and PGE is way more than that.
We can also, look into it and at least explain it to everybody why it's what it is,
Why what it is, what
what
we
we've been
can,
doing for years.
yeah, what we can do about
Explain
it,
it, yeah.
or what can be or can't be done about it.
All right, I'm just gonna take a shot at this. You're saying investigate opportunities to minimize utility rate impacts on community members.
Yes, and that could be, with the way that it's worded, it could even mean utility rate decreases, should we find a mechanism to do that by.
Yeah.
Yes.
But the word mitigates and minimize.
To mitigate instead of minimize? How do the rest of you feel about?
But might find ways to mitigate.
And that's this, tree planting,
Yeah.
solar, have a nice puppy, whatever we come up with.
Yeah, I like minimize because they're implying that you want it to decrease. So
Yeah.
mitigate, there's just, you may be not increasing as much, that's what I hear. That's not what I want, because I want to decrease. Is a possibility, I don't know. It could be.
Okay, so you're okay with minimize, Councilor Hill, what's your thought of mitigate versus minimize?
I think minimize works. What would be really cool is if we could reach a rate hike lower than the inflation rate or the cost of living, or, we have all these different metrics, but it would be neat to get our rate hikes below that. That means that we're managing things superbly at that.
And and that could be a metric that you discuss with Shannon and staff about as they're looking into this issue. There you go. Okay. All right, yes, Councilor.
Perspective, I don't know, it depends on how somebody interprets the word minimize. I'd be a little leery to put something out there, as much as I agree with what you're saying. But from a professional standpoint, it's not going to go lower.
Yeah.
Like, it's not,
It's only gonna go.
doesn't matter what we can do, even McMinnville's dealing with it, they're raising rates. Because they've been historically too low for too long. So just the things that are happening in the country and the electric grid and water and everything. So I agree, we need to try to, through the budget process, through whatever it is, keep Carlton livable, but that, I guess what I'm saying is also being realistic. I don't think there's ever gonna become a time in the next 40 years that somebody's gonna say, we can decrease the water rates.
Right.
Yeah, I'm looking just to add on your word mitigate, make it less unpleasant, serious or.
I mean, yeah, I'm just trying, I hate it too, and it disgusts me when I open my bills, you know what I mean, but.
No. Well, minimize, doesn't mean it's gonna go under. It means you keep it as low as you can.
Maybe we can negative, cost of living 5%, then we can get 3.5.
Or at least get to the COLA level. I mean, but right now, PGE is 20%. That's, I'm assuming that's above the COLA. I'm assuming, yeah.
We're waiting for the official COLA to come through, but yeah, I can.
That's double the COLA at least.
But we're never gonna control
I understand that.
Well, if that's a cool, I'm applying for a job.
that.
All right, so let's get back to minimize versus mitigate. Can I just have a show of hands if you're comfortable with minimize? Half-hearted, okay. Are you, who's okay with mitigate? Oh, it got even less, okay. Wow, it's a tough crowd, okay.
We're trying.
All right. Does anybody have a replacement word?
Stabilize. I think minimize is fine. I think it's just
Yeah.
semantics. I think it's a little more positive.
Which
than
one is?
Minimize. It's a little positive outlook that there is a possibility, even if there is. That we can reduce the cost.
Well, and the public can look at our goal and say, at least they had this on their mind.
You know, people, I mean, we can reduce our water rates, but probably isn't ready to do it. We gotta get used to the idea that we can't turn the sprinklers on our lawn and leave them on overnight, which people in town have gotten used to being able to do.
Although there are an increase in those zero scaping. Probably President getting more and more no grass front.
Exactly.
To be fair, that's not gonna do water.
It's not
It's
gonna
not?
lower the rate, but it's gonna
It will
lower.
lower you.
It lowers your bill.
Lower your bill, but not gonna lower the rate.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's where I was going, but you know,
X
that's,
number of dollars, pump it, clean it.
And that's the only way you can do it is stuff.
yeah, we're always gonna have some fixed costs.
That's right.
They're just there.
Yeah.
My point where I was going is that what we need to focus more on is educating
Conservation.
and encouraging conservation. Yeah.
Promoting conserving water.
And you might have seen the ongoing projects, there is a requirement to update our water conservation management plan, and so on the strategy. Here, it's almost validated, we cannot water every day.
Yes.
It's not a necessarily, we wait till we have something to drought, it's just what concerning the use.
Yeah, if you, well, and maybe that's the way you put it. Do you want to decrease your water bill? Don't water your lawn every day.
Yeah, I actually think instead of lower utility rates, promoting water conservation in our town is a good idea.
Well,
All right,
I would suggest as a, 5.4, education of water and resource conservation.
Hold that thought. Okay, hold that thought. Okay, so 5.3, now Councilor Mullins back. I want to see if we can land this plane. I was getting the sense that folks were okay with minimize. I mean, it's not the perfect word in the world, as a number of you raised, but it's the closest that this group has got.
He says he's a thumbs up.
What's that?
He says he's a thumbs up.
He's a thumbs up. Awesome.
Proxy voting.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. Okay. So, just a thumbs up from the rest of you or thumbs down as appropriate.
On minimize.
On minimize, the language as written here, which includes minimize. I've got thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, Mayor shrug. Okay, Councilor Ward Mullen and Councilor Erickson, okay. All right, Mayor? We'll go with this,
Yeah, that's fine.
okay. Thank you. All right, so Councilor Hill, do we want to take a 5-minute break? I'm gonna,
No, I'm good.
oh, okay, oh, I thought you were.
No, I have a bad back, that's all.
I get that, yeah, okay. So Councilor Hill, you were about, oh, something else.
Educating, community members on, personal resource management.
Water conservation.
Water conservation, yeah. Resource conservation, yeah, because that encompasses everything. Up to and including electricity, water. Whatever's out there.
Does that fall under goal 5?
Financial sustainability, not really.
Maybe go 2. It's more like it.
Housing and livability, yeah, that would work.
Housing and livability. So comes under.
Are we
Go
adding,
underneath one or
are we adding something that's already,
Does anybody want to respond to that? Is that something that's already happening, Shannon?
Yes.
Guess it's
Okay.
already happening.
Then I'm gonna,
You withdraw your proposal?
withdraw my proposal
Okay.
unless there's an objection. Anybody object? No? Good.
Seeing no objections, this is done. All right, well done, folks. That was a very efficient conversation. Okay. Okay, I want to go circle back because I've written it down. Counselor Brando mentioned that he wanted to have something else in here about offering to have opportunities to have more input into the budget process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How would that be a policy level action?
Just like you said, I mean, that's the simple way, but I think we would like to have options. I would like to have options in the budget process and decision making.
Yeah. Counselor Ward.
Well, I'd like to add that I believe these councils as being de facto budget committee members do have input. You know, and I can recall this myself, there's been times in the past where we're approving or not approving a budget item. And it's decided at the budget committee level that we were going to not fund that particular project.
Yeah, the high, very high level, I'll maybe agree, but I'll disagree on a small scale. I think we don't make decisions on budget. Because ultimately, we're just accepting the budget as it is. That's what we do.
Counselor, I mean, this is something I did hear. That I didn't put on here. In part because I think that's more of a discussion that you might want to have with the city manager about how you can be involved, because it doesn't quite hit the policy level. It's an execution of how business is done, as opposed to a policy direction that you're going. So, and I did communicate it to Shannon too, so it wasn't, some of these things, these one-off things that you folks shared with me, I anonymously shared them with Shannon, so she know. So, so Counselor, does that sound like the way you could go and talking further with Shannon about how to get more involved? Shannon, do you have any thoughts?
I'll have Kristen reach out and set up some time with you. Right, so for since she's crafting the actual message. Now, first, we were not far.
No, I think this should be a goal just because it's a concern I have brought up every year. I don't think there is no emphasis on we making decisions on the budget. I think we get a budget and we accept it, and I think that's been going for years. And I guess is another point of the goals is it's sort of priorities on us. So I think the budget is a pretty important thing that happens every year, and we have a little more control how things go in the budget. Okay. Yeah, in my opinion, that should be an action forward.
Anyone else?
What item, what would be something small, something that comes to mind, it's last council meeting. We didn't buy a snow plow, because we got a dump truck. That truck came available. Add an item, something that small, or?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that small, but I think we're talking about line items, like, do we want to spend more on the police, for instance, or do we want to spend more on street, like Skipper talked about it? On maintaining the street, I think that level of decision is something that we are missing as counselors and in the budget system with the committee. I think we get those numbers and we make that decision based We accept that everything sort of ties together in the budget, we are okay with that, but there's no like, should we spend more here or should we spend more there? And that's why I'm trying to have that as an action, so we can emphasize that we want to make those decisions in the budget level.
But we have a budget committee. People that break it all down, and then we should be able to oversee
Well,
some of it.
I think I could fully agree with Councilor Vande's point. I'm hopeful from what we heard last meeting that we're gonna start seeing things sooner. Like, it's not gonna be like it's been in the past where we get, a budget a week or two beforehand. And then we're all kind of coming together and everybody just off their head, sounds
Yeah.
good.
I don't want
But I
that.
thought Christie was saying that she was gonna start taking off chunks of it. Did I misinterpret that? Like, we're gonna start seeing things because of the move in and thing? Or do I interpret that as we're gonna have that budget committee in May versus June?
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, so however that looks like. Those conversations facilitate the concerns that I have on some things, and sounds like Councilor Brando does, like somehow getting that ahead of it to us prior. I mean, I'm assuming that she's already working on it. So like a draft budget comes to us in March. And we can ask the questions, because it is a little bit overwhelming.
So will this be an opportunity for Shannon to get back to later on how she and the staff might be able to approach your concerns with regard to the budget? Going forward, Shannon, would that be all right? Yeah, because I don't think it's at a policy level, but I don't want to dismiss the concerns either. So I want to make sure there's some pathway out of here for that discussion to continue. Fair enough? Okay. All right, let's move on to the two items that we talked about, that we wanted to come up with some wording for. So one was combining 1.8, 1.9, because they both relate to Highway 47. Let me just take a crack at trying to do that. So if you have actions 1.8 and 1.9 in front of you, what I was going to suggest as a possibility is you use 1.8 as a foundation sentence. And it reads, continued participation and discussions related to the Highway 47 realignment and advocate for city interests to provide physical enhancements and traffic enhancements, traffic management in the downtown area, and support for businesses and residents during construction. That brings those two together, at least in my mind, that would be doors for me. Okay. So I've got it written down here. I'll write it up here a little later, just so we don't have to hold you guys up any longer. That's all right. Okay. So the other one that you wanted to take a look at was 1.4. And that was conduct wastewater rate study and consider recommended rate adjustments. I'm going to put Shannon on the spot. And Shannon, is there a way that we can make this sentence current in terms of what's happening now? The new rate study?
I would say conduct a utility rate study and conduct a utility rate study and provide recommended rate investments.
All right, so we're taking out wastewater and say, conduct a utility rate study and take out, consider, provide recommended rate adjustments. That's your recommendation? Okay, what's council thinking about that?
Is the idea of that, it's ongoing, the process of the because we're gonna go through a study now for utility, and then maybe a year from now, another one.
I'm gonna have that water.
So then that's gonna cover everything.
We don't have an elected utility.
Okay. All right,
Right.
okay. Thank you.
So that, we can like every 2 years, 5 years.
So she provides a forecast for the number of years. We specifically did the wastewater early because we got some grant funding. But she does a forecast. I would not recommend doing it every 2 or 3 years because it's at minimum $10,000 a month. So there goes your budget if you want weird, if you want $10,000 on improving water utilities, or $10,000 on rates. There you go.
So we
So
just
that
vote
should
on
be
her
something.
recommendation.
That should be something more of every 10 years than it's 10.
Well, I think if you forecast out 10 years, now you're getting a little,
Well, that's being under.
yeah.
But doing a rate study every 10 years. Track.
So we might be able to do every 10 or 20 years if we get past the 50 years of deferment. And now we're on a regular maintenance plan, which is what my goal has been since we've started this, which is the minimization of the impact. We're trying to get there, but we're having to make up for a 50-year gap.
What was that, and I was on the council and she did the methodology was changed for, I'm talking about water rates, that whole methodology, and as far as the rates, these are typicals of overall. As far as I remember, because back, what was that, 7 years ago,
When the council did an ordinance change, water methodology was done. I don't have the date right in front of me. However, your water history timeline that we're going to put together and provide it as an individual tool is 500 years.
Okay. All right, we've completed the goals review. I want to go through priority projects here in a second, but I want to ask Shannon a question before we segue into that. Shannon, we didn't ask when we developed 5.3. What does that mean, if anything, for staff capacity?
Other than what we've been doing as in trying to get the grants to minimize utility rates, to try to get ahead, to try to get to the maintenance. It's gonna take us away from something else.
So it will have an impact. for you. Okay,
Do the positive outweigh the negatives.
So I'm not saying I've researched everything, but what we have done, such as renewable water and light, you having timberland that they then sell timber to help offset some of the capital costs. We're gonna have to go buy the timberland unless you have timberland in your back pocket that you're willing to donate to the city. So now we have to put that cost of buying the timberland that we're using to offset the cost. Other cities and looking around, it's getting the grants, which we're already doing. We're trying to get to the maintenance. I'm trying as fast as I can, as fast as our wastewater system is now failing. Try. I can look in the solar array and the PGE, but that's not gonna help utility rates, which is what I heard Council Brandeo say he wanted to address because it was the #1 issue that was on for the community.
The best way to address this is to get the most efficient way of addressing this right now.
For the if you were talking about the water and wastewater rates, which I presume was what utility rates that was being mentioned as the #1 community concern. That is what I have seen in the research.
And if we're gonna have a discussion about electric utility rates, that would have to be a regional thing because Carleton's too small of a municipal thing to take action.
The one thing that I have raised to, you in your tidbits is the possibility, because there is federal funding for community solar projects. I sent you an article about towns in Colorado that are using backup battery, and possibly creating it against, with solar, community solar array or solar possibilities. In order to feed back into the PGE grid to see for the low electric rates that constantly, President Skipper has pointed out, we don't have a lot of control of how much PGE raises their rates. We're already looking into that. But if you wanted to put that as a way to minimize impact, I can spend some time, but if you want a dedicated amount of time in the next 6 months, it's gonna have to come from someone else.
Okay, so why don't we hold on that, this is, you've kind of clarified the effort it would take. Let's move on to the other projects, but Mayor, did you have something more to do with that?
I wanted to follow up on the Shannon's, that particularly with the water rates, is that Carlton is not the only city that's struggling with this right now. My experience has been that just about every city around is dealing with the same thing, same issue of deferred rate increases, and now they're having to make up the difference. If you check in with Lafayette, I think they just had a revolution over what they did there, because they ended up having to really increase their water rates. And people, I think that's why they have a new, no, it was the new mayor that increased the water rates. And it did not end well for anybody. The main thing that we're gonna be able to do here, I think, to mitigate our water rates is just strictly work more on water conservation. And without doing that, we've gotten spoiled over the years. It's Oregon, we got all the water we need. We don't have that.
And again, we should use the term water bills. The rates will
Exactly.
continue to
Yeah.
rise, so
Yeah.
conserve your
Yeah.
own water,
Yeah,
have a lower bill.
yeah.
All right, well, it sounds like this is gonna be an ongoing discussion here for a little
Yeah.
while. But thank you for the contribution. All right, I'm gonna move on to the last piece for today. And that are the priority projects related to the goals. Now, when I did the report back on the interviews, I didn't share with you what you said about priority projects. This is what you said. These top 8 were brought up by more than one person. So they made the list, and the top 3 were brought up by more than by 3 of them. So top priority is Civic Center, then Oregon Highway 47, followed by wastewater system improvements, then the Historic District, emergency management, EOC planning, comp plan and development code updates, community engagement enhancement, and railroad corridor purchase and or enhancements. I put in a question about goal related. I got that answer during the course of the discussion today, so just ignore that. Okay, so what I'd like to do is take these one by one and see whether or not you want to keep them on the list. And then I'm going to turn to Shannon on each one and say, is this in keeping with what staff is planning to do? And if not, what is the impact on staff? So the first one is the Civic Center, completion utilization. Everybody agree that that's a top priority? Number 1. Okay, still number 1. All right. Shannon?
That has a huge impact on staff right now. It's consuming probably 15 to 20 hours per week. And I don't feel that this is one we can, so yes, we have to sit on it. So I will advise that as we continue to prepare, until this is completed, that you allow us the flexibility to be able to manage it.
All right.
But it's a huge time
It
thing.
is, yeah.
Let's keep it.
Okay. Number 2, Oregon Highway 47 effort or initiative or whatever we're gonna call it.
Let's keep it.
Needs to be a priority. Is everybody?
I know it doesn't.
It's really much other than I know Shannon, you're in constant communication because, you know, once communication open with ODOT, but until we have our transportation plan, we're really not moving forward substantially, substantive.
And that's, I would love to know that that's on my marching order.
That's
Because-
what I was saying.
Because if I see that, I see, no, we're moving forward with the real line, go.
No, 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 no.
It's not at all.
No, 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 no.
It needs to be the transportation plan followed up by Highway 47.
I mean, once we anticipate the transportation plan is gonna take us how long to get to the
A
completion?
year to 18 months.
Yeah, so we're not even going back to that until that's over, with. So.
So
So
really,
it's a year and a
realistically, it
half.
has to be the transportation plan before we tackle Oregon Highway 47, because it needs to go in line. But we also don't want to let go of ODOT because we don't want them to imagine that they're a free range entity and they can just.
And I'm working with them, I have an all-day meeting next Monday, as I bring in your tidbits, of talking to them about different strategies. Is there a way we can reduce truck weight? Is there a way we can shorten the amount of the truck, shorten the length of truck on the road? Is there a way for us to assume control of control and take it on? You know, just keeping those conversations going and talking to them about continuing to do, I don't know, sanitary improvements and then becoming spoiling and coming to $1.47 while we wait to have road real life. Doing some of those. would be great.
There's plenty of things to do with ODOT and keep ourselves in line with that.
It's not substantive project.
But I will tell you, when OR 47 was, let's go, let's go, let's go, that was probably taking 40 hours.
Okay, so I just tried to capture this, so really what I heard, somebody suggested, put TSP prior to Highway 47. With community, it's supposed to be continuing communication with ODOT in the meantime.
Right.
Okay. All right, can we move on?
Yep.
Okay, wastewater system improvements.
Yes.
That's, yeah,
Okay, yeah. Shannon?
it's a huge amount of work. So, but I don't think we would take your foot off the gas.
Not after we had a major blowout, last month.
You know, in fact, I think I need to put on the accelerated, which I have that. But that's gonna take a huge amount of time in order to work on doing the grants. And then the grants themselves are huge, time consuming. Even the grants that we finished up the transmission line, we have annual reporting to the state for 5 years, and those are completed. So not only is the grant, and the grants are not free money. And
Okay. Next one on the list is historic.
No,
I could see
No.
the comp plan developed for updates.
We're in the middle of doing that. But as far as.
You would want that one up higher. But would you still want the historic district on the list?
My feeling is that this year, 2024,
Uh-huh.
is that we have to focus on those first, the three, the top three, but these others are. We have to finish what we've already started and not put more strain on staff. That's my concern. And getting engaged substantively in the historic district is just way too much time at this point. The same with number 5, although some things can be happening that I don't think staff should spend a lot of time on. Number 6, we're already doing. That's not quite good.
Okay, as we're sitting there looking at this, priority projects, 1, 2, and 3 are absolute musts.
I'm hearing a level B level, level A level.
Yeah, and I think
6
once
is
we
also important.
But that's all, that's happening.
Yeah, it's happening,
can you
but
give a
because that's,
staff perspective? Yeah. Number one, complete the civic center. Do not take your foot off the accelerator because that's critical. That's huge. Yeah. Wastewater, number 2, because we got failures going on. Move 6 up to 3 because it's already in process, you don't wanna let go. And then put TSP as number 4, because we have the grant, it will be happening, it is in process.
I don't even see that on there.
So the TSP would be number 2,
Oh,
we would move that to number 4.
Wait, okay, I just got, I heard different things. Okay, so you're saying TSP is number 2?
No, we're moving it, so I
Yeah,
think somebody was
that's
asking,
cool.
where is it right now? But we're moving it to number 4.
Yeah,
So number 2 is getting changed and moved to number 4.
so number 2 is going to number 4, yeah, that's supposed to be a 4.
Yes.
Okay, and then, we have a new number 2.
Which
Which is
was,
wastewater.
Wastewater.
so your number 3 turns to number 2.
All
Number
right,
3 is the
and
comp.
so 3, so the next one is the comp plan development code?
Yep.
All right. All right, so go to civic center, to wastewater system improvements, to comp plan, development, to TSP. Okay, got it. All right,
And that's group A, right?
so this is all now group A. Thank you,
And that's all
council.
the group, okay?
All right, so I'm hearing consensus that we have a group A and group B, and that is your group A. With all the messy machinations on numbering, but we didn't talk to Shannon about the comp plan,
That's
but
a large time sink as well. But I don't think we can take their foot off the accelerator. We've got grants associated with it, and we need to just get it done. We've already put this much time into it to deviate from that would be a waste of resources.
Yeah.
I don't see why we need a forward group A and group B. I mean, we're talking about priority projects related to goals for 2025, correct?
yes.
So in my mind,
You
this
stop
might be an
there?
unpopular opinion, but we stop there. I don't see us getting into the historic district. I don't see us getting, community engagement enhancement, that's already ongoing.
The railroad is not a priority per se.
We've already opened up conversations with the county, like,
All right, what do the rest of you think? You got your top 4 and run with that?
Yeah, I think so, top 4, Lindsay.
So line with what I'm saying.
So another thing is.
I just saw Shannon relax.
As studying principles of management, the less that you put on your plate,
Yes.
God, if I'd known that's what it.
if, instead of doing a little bit of everything, be successful at a few things. And I think with those 4 things up there, we can really drive for success. And when we get those answered, we can open up the question on the rest of this stuff on whether or not we want to move it up to priorities.
And if you want to talk measurable, 2 out of 4 of those can be completed this year.
Oh,
Then
good.
with that being said, with the historic district, in my mind, should have been done years and years ago in this town. Because you're gonna have problems
It's gonna come.
if it's gonna come. So if, what Sharon says, if we get 1 or 2 of those completed, then we should
Plug in.
adopt the next one
Mhm.
and run them on up the line. That, for the downtown area, like I said before, there's nothing keeping someone from just there and getting rid of the old houses, building.
All right, well, I think we have your marching orders. Unless you have anything else to add on to that, or a priority that you want to throw up. Shannon is like, you can let me do that.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah.
You know your chairs on wheels, right? There's a door.
You gotta go through Dana first. He's not gonna let it.
If you're going out the door, remember it's recreation.
And Counselor Hill wanted to choose some things, so he'll be with me and helping roll you out. I can sleep and vacation, oh, wow.
All right, well, thank you all for indulging me in going through this. We kind of went down a few side roads on the way, but as usual, you folks landed the plane. Thank you very much for doing that. I was anticipating this part of the discussion was actually going to be pretty short based on the interviews, but a little longer, but it was a good discussion, a substantive discussion, and I think you ended up in a really great place for this next year. So thank you very much for that. I think Shannon and then the mayor may have some additional remarks. So I will exit the stage right and pass it on to Shannon.
So next steps is we're gonna get this all written down as we always do after goal setting, and then we'll bring it to you for formal adoption at the council meeting. If we can do it in time, we'll look at your February meeting. Again, this will drive your budget and it will drive our work plans. So do not kill the messenger if somebody gets a bright idea and I go, and so what are we taking off? So with that, I'll hand it over to there.
Okay. Yep. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Oh, I make a motion.
So. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I didn't see any sense to prolong the agony.
Those were the shortest closing remarks I've ever seen.
Thank you, very appreciate it.
Thank you all.
For your closing
Pleasure being back.
remarks, do I have a motion to close the meeting? Was that the closing
Yeah.
remarks?
I mean, really.
You want to get reelected, don't you?
Jamie did a great job.
No, I like that. Do I have a motion? Yeah, okay, get out.